Can I call Congress to order, please? We're nearly there. So let's get going. Thank you so much for everybody that could make down the demo yesterday. What a brilliant, brilliant demo that was. And I do hope you had a lovely final evening last night. Everyone, this is about the raffle announcement. Everyone, if you brought raffle tickets, please check this morning to see if you've won a prize. I don't know where you're going to check that, because if you've won, please go to the RMA stand in the exhibition area. So presumably, you need to go to the RMA stall to find out if you've won. I now call on Karen Dudley to move SOC report number 9.
President Congress, Karen Dudley, Standing Orders Committee Chair, moving SOC report number 9. Withdrawn motions. Congress, please note the following motions from GMB Scotland have been withdrawn. Motion 127, protecting workers from artificial intelligence. Motion 163, save our local authorities. Motion 165, AI and automation in local government. Motion 208, use of AI in NHS. Motion 210, interface nursing, is the future to be virtual? And from Southern Region, motion 310, veto the veto at the United Nations. Emergency motions. There have been no further emergency motions. Bucket collections. Congress, I'm pleased to announce that GMB Scotland raised £436.05 cash, and online was £146. So the grand total was £585.05 for Drumchapel. A worthy cause, well done. The raffle for Northwestern Irish raised over £2,500. Wonderful news. Please check with Northwestern Irish delegations to see if you're a winner. Finally, the SOC would like to wish all the delegates and guests at Congress a safe journey home. It has been a pleasure to work with you. President Congress, I formally move adoption of SOC report number 9.
Thank you, Karen. And can I thank SOC on behalf of Congress for all the work you've done this week? Thank you. Does anybody wish to oppose SOC 9? No? Then I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. And on the bucket collections, well done. Regions will be notified so that regional committees can decide how much they want to add to those collections. We now move on to our final group of regional success videos. Thank you, North Western Irish Region and Wales and South Western, the two brilliant, inspiring videos to start the day and end the week. Now we move on to debate Composite 17, followed by Composite 18. So could I have the movers and seconders of those two composites? Composite 17 incorporates the emergency motions 12 and 13, and the Composite 18 incorporates emergency motions 14 and 15. So could I have the mover from Scotland of Composite 17, please? I got it round the wrong way. Sorry, North Western Irish, you're moving. That's fine. You want to move, and then GMB Scotland will second.
President, Vice President, Congress. David Hope, North Western Irish Region. In this year's local elections, St Helens, which has been Labour controlled since it's from the beginning, for nearly 50 years, fell to reform. They've been in control, little over a month, reform. I didn't expect to be up this early. Got it? For those of you who don't know, St Helens is in the top 10% of the most deprived council areas in the country. Almost a quarter of the communities are considered highly deprived. So what did Reform choose to do with their newfound power? Have they used the power to support residents most in need? No. As one of the first acts in charge, the council leader, George, remember this name, George Woodward, has instructed council officers to cease engaging with St Helens Pride. Congress, make no mistake, this is what all reform's all about. Not tackling inequality, not tackling real problems in our society. It's about using their political power to stoke culture wars and sow divide. Their decision banning Pride, branding Pride as a left-wing policy and transgender in something like that, in IDEOLOGY, that, work it out yourself, is a deliberate attack on LGBT plus people. Yes, we must condemn St Helens Council's move to pull support for Pride, but I'll tell you what else we need to do in St Helens and in other parts of the country. Reform think they can do this. We need to make Pride bigger, better than ever, and we need our allies to get involved. Congress, I have been doing Prides for over, 25 plus years, and it's all about community, friendship, love. Pride is not just our history, it's our present and our future. Support Pride, support LGBT communities in St Helens, and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Seconder.
President Congress, Kirsty Reichley, GMB, seconding emergency composite 18, is it? Very quickly. Congress, St Helens Borough, the Reform Council's cancelled Pride. They've referred to Pride as a left-wing political event, which tells me their knowledge is limited. Sorry for stating the obvious. Apparently, Pride is associated with, as Dave said, harmful ideology. So this means radical or extremist beliefs, encouraging and glorifying violence against others. Well, I don't know what prides they've attended, but in my experience, drag queens are more in favour of being the scene than causing a scene. And the most extreme thing you'll see is glitter and sequins. Congress, we need to send a message to reform now before any more events of culture are refused funding or refused to supply personnel. We thank GMB for their inclusive policies that we have. Now we ask GMB to speak out against these discriminating decisions that Reform is making and to condemn the statement that LGBT plus identities are harmful. Congress, I second this motion. Composite.
Thank you, Kirsty. The CC is supporting Composite 17. There's no speakers, so I go straight to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? Thank you. Can I have the mover then of Composite 18? Not sure which way round. I've got GMB Scotland and then moving by North Western Irish region.
President, Congress, Nathan Hennebury, GMB Scotland, moving. The other night, this country and the north of Ireland witnessed pogroms against men, women and children based solely on the colour of their skin. Egged on by fascist scum such as Stephen Yaxley Lennon, Rupert Lowe and more, some of the most reactionary forces are now brazenly mobilising throughout our streets. Frequently, they now attack ethnic minorities, women and girls, disabled people, the LGBT community, and trade unionists, just to name a few. More and more young people, working class young people, are now being lulled and coerced into the atmosphere of fascism. This is a deeply concerning, yet unsurprising truth. Our Labour movement has been detached from working class communities for some time now, for far too long if you ask me. And more importantly, it has failed to answer the various economic catastrophes and crises that have plagued our class, leading to the rise of fascism. Our response to this must be a strong anti-fascist response, rooted in working class politics that exposes Reform and Restore for the charlatans that they are. But it must also hold the forces of the establishment to account for facilitating the managed decline and destruction of our nation's social fabric. The hate and violence of fascism knows no limit, which is why it must be met head-on. Trades councils across Britain, especially those in Scotland, have played a vital role in this charge. From Erskine to Aberdeen, they've stood in solidarity with asylum seekers. They've stood against those calling for the deportation of non-white British citizens, and they've stood with those facing hurt at work. But most importantly, they've had the conversations, the tough conversations with working class people, agitating and exposing the lies of what Reform and Restore really stand for. Hate, division, poverty for workers, untold riches for the ruling class. There are no international brigades coming to save our class from fascism. We must be the ones to act. We must be the ones to cry, no pass Iran. The scenes in Belfast have been especially horrific, a continuation of sectarian violence that we're all too familiar with. Houses suspected of housing those deemed as foreign were set ablaze, stormed, and the individuals inside attacked. Public transport as well torched, and streets and shops smashed up to pieces. Scenes replicable of 1969. Glasgow, Liverpool, London, and other major cities in Britain were built on immigration, and it has been the banding together of workers of different races, religions, and backgrounds who have won so much for so many of us who stand here today. And we will never forget their struggle and sacrifices, for we carry their flame now and always. So Congress, I'll end in this. A clear message for Stephen Yaxley Lennon, for Rupert Lowe, for Farage, for Golding, and all fascists who continue to play in the fears of Britain's workers. If you attack one of us, you'll get an answer from all of us. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Nathan. And then Northwestern Irish to second.
President, Vice President, Congress, Margaret Gregg, Northwestern Irish Region. Seconding the composite. Congress, we must unequivocally condemn the appalling racist violence that has erupted across Northern Ireland, Glasgow and Southampton in recent days. These coordinated attacks have left people injured, displaced families from their homes, and left people frightened for their lives. Indeed, my granddaughter had to take my great-granddaughter to flee her home as a bus was burned outside of it. These are not isolated incidents. They are the result of years of neglect and failure by the Northern Ireland Executive to address the root causes of division and despair. The deepening crisis in poverty, social housing, NHS waiting lists, which UK has the worst record, unfortunately, or the Northern Ireland, and the destruction of community and youth services have created fertile ground for hate, fear, and scapegoating, amplified by the Farage, Musk, and Robinson on social media. People who have a vested interest in breeding hate, fear, and division. But our own politicians in Northern Ireland are not blameless. The Executive has failed to deliver on the promises of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. It has failed to build a shared, inclusive society, and most damningly, it has failed to confront the racism and xenophobia that flourish in communities that are left without support, leadership, or hope. Newcomer communities, many of whom are the backbone of our health and social care systems, deserve safety, dignity, and respect. They are not to blame for the failures of government. They are part of the very fabric of our society, and they must be protected. Many of these good and decent people are our members. We call on the entire trade union movement to stand united against this wave of hate. We must defend our members, our communities, and the values of solidarity, equality, and justice. We urge all unions to mobilise, speak out, and demand action. This is a moment for collective resistance, not silence. If the Northern Ireland government were worth their salt, they would provide immediate support to displaced families and affected workers, invest in rebuilding community and youth services, tackle the root causes of division through real action on housing, healthcare, and poverty, deliver on the vision of peace, equality, and inclusion promised by the Good Friday Belfast Agreement and the Good Job Bills. During the Troubles, it was the trade unions who kept it out of the workplaces and through the industries. We ask that the CEC publicly condemn these racist attacks without equivocation on all our social media outlets. Hate has no place in our workplaces, our communities, or our society. The trade union movement will not stand idly by. Congress, I second.
Thank you to all those speakers for raising the recent violence on the streets of Belfast and Glasgow. The CEC are supporting that composite 18, so all those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Moving on to social policy, justice. Can I ask the movers of 259, 260, 261 and 262 to come to the front, please, and the mover of 259 to come to the rostrum. That's 259 from Wales and South West, the mover. Formally, thank you. And seconded for... You seconded formally as well? No? Okay, you're on your way. All right. I know. Yeah, it's a long walk. It is a long walk. Okay, mover of 259.
Sorry. Removal of MP filter and provide legal assistance for Windrush claimants. President, Congress, Margaret Lewis, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 259. Congress, I move this motion on behalf of Justice for Windrush because this is not just a question of process, it is a question of justice, dignity, and whether we truly learn from our mistakes. The Windrush scandal is one of the gravest injustices of modern Britain. Whew, get my breath back. People who helped build this country, who worked, paid taxes, raised families, were wrongly detained, deported, denied healthcare and denied housing, and left traumatised by a system that failed them. And yet, after all that, many are still being failed today. They are being failed by an outdated MP filter, a barrier that forces them to go through a Member of Parliament just to have their complaint heard by the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman. This system is nearly 60 years old. It was meant to be temporary, and yet here we are, decades later, still putting bureaucracy in the path of people seeking justice. The result, delay, confusion, frustration, and for many, Windrush victims, re-traumatisation. One claimant described the process as like being tortured slowly, repeating your pain over and over again. That is the human reality behind the policy. And we know the system is not working. The Ombudsman's own findings have exposed serious failures, wrongful denials, cases needing to be reopened, and compensation only awarded after intervention. So why are we making it harder, not easier, for people to access that oversight? Removing the MP filter is not radical, it is overdue. It would not only help Windrush victims, it would create a fairer system for everyone. Justice should not depend on whether you can access an MP, how quickly they respond, or whether your case is prioritised. Justice should be direct, accessible and equal. But access is only part of the problem. The second injustice is just as stark, the absence of legal assistance. We are asking people, many of whom have already been through the profound hardship, to navigate a complex compensation scheme alone. The evidence is clear. Those without legal support receive on average a fraction what those with representation receive. We are talking about life-changing differences, tens of thousands of pounds. That is not a level playing field, that is inequality into the system. And let us not forget, legal assistance has been provided in other major scandals, the Post Office Horizon scandal, the infected blood scandal. In those cases, the government recognised the need for support, so why not here? Why are Windrush victims who have already suffered so much being treated differently? Congress, this is not just about policy reform, it's about righting a wrong that is still ongoing. It is about ensuring that the promise of justice is not hollow. The Windrush generation gave their labour, their energy and their lives to this country. They deserve more than apologies. They deserve a system that works. They deserve fairness. They deserve dignity. This motion offers two simple, practical and necessary steps. Remove the barrier of the MP filter, provide legal assistance so claimants are not left to fight alone. These are not extreme demands, they are the minimum required to ensure justice is real, not theoretical. Congress, if we believe in fairness, if we believe in equality before the law, then we must support this motion. I ask you to stand with Windrush victims, to stand for justice and move this motion. I move.
Well done, Margaret. Perfectly timed. Thank you. Jackie, was it seconder?
Good morning, Congress. Last day. Right, let me get this right. Vice President, President, General Secretary, top table. Good morning, everybody. Right, seconding motion 259, Congress. I second this motion, as for many Windrush victims, justice is still being denied. We have heard clearly why the MP filter must go. It is outdated, unnecessary, and acts as a barrier at the very moment when people need direct access to fairness and accountability. No one seeking justice should have to navigate extra layers of bureaucracy or rely on political gatekeeping just to have their case heard. Removing this filter is about restoring something fundamental, equal access to justice. But access alone is not enough. We must also address the stark injustice at the heart of the compensation system, the lack of legal assistance. The evidence speaks for itself. Those who have legal support receive vastly higher settlements than those forced to go it alone. That is not because their suffering is greater. It is because the system is too complex for individuals to navigate without help, and that cannot be right. We have recognised the need for legal assistance in other scandals. We cannot now turn our backs on the Windrush victims and say they must fend for themselves. If we truly believe in fairness, then support must be consistent, especially for those who have already endured so much. This motion is not radical. It is reasonable, practical, and long overdue. It removes barriers, it creates fairness, and it sends a clear message out that we are serious about delivering justice, not just talking about it. Congress, the Windrush generation deserve dignity, respect, and a system that works for them, not against them. I urge you to support this motion.
Well done, Jackie. Well done. Perfect timing. Can I have the move of motion 260, please?
Good morning, Madam President, Vice President, Gary Smith. Congress, this is a motion for justice. It's for the Chinese seafarers. We note thousands of Chinese seafarers had played an important and often overlooked role in the UK's maritime force during World War II. Many worked on the British merchant ships, transporting essential food, fuel, and wartime supplies. They had risked their lives through dangerous Atlantic routes, with many killed along the way. Despite this, their salary was less than their British counterparts, with worse terms and conditions. We further note hundreds of Chinese seafarers were secretly earmarked post-WW2 by the Home Office and shipping firms for removal. They were removed for demanding fair pay and equal treatments. The deportations happened in 1946 and 1947 without warning, fair process, and the chance to let their partners or children know. It was not a strike as we know it. The men refused to sign on again once they completed their contract. In May 1942, they almost had equal pay as they received an increase. They were also banned from looking for work on shore. By 1943, they had equality of pay. At the end of the war, most finished their contracts and wanted to go home, some of whom had been away from their families for 6 years. It was mostly the Shanghai men who were unionized and considered troublemakers by Blue Funnel Line in particular. In 1946, Home Office staff, working alongside Liverpool Police and the shipping companies, arrested and deported them on a one-way ticket. The deportations have been kept as a secret, partially due to the illegality of the operations. The plan had been to eject the Chinese seafarers and not to tell them they were legally able to stay. According to the law, only those who were dismissed due to criminal convictions could face deportations. There were only a few among the Chinese seafarers who had been charged during their service durations. We believe these Chinese seafarers should never have been deported. When Britain had depended on their work and sacrifice, they had been abandoned and silenced. We further believe proper recognition, acknowledgement and accountability are long overdue. We therefore call on the CEC to lobby the UK government to issue a formal public apology to the families of the deported Chinese seafarers for the deportations, call for better access to past immigration and Home Office records to enable living relatives to discover what happened to their loved ones, support the current works of families, campaigners and community organisations in uncovering records, finding out the deported seafarers' names, documenting their experiences and sharing the truth of what happened. Work with the TUC and heritage organisations to promote education and commemoration. Examples include memorials, exhibitions, educational materials and awareness campaigns. Reaffirm GMB Union's commitment to challenging racism and exploitation in the maritime sector and in all workplaces past and present. Congress resolves that the GMB Union will play an active role in getting justice, recognition and remembrance for the Chinese seafarers and their families. Thank you. I move.
Seconder. Thank you, Charles. Mover of motion 261, please.
President, Vice President, Congress, Joe Pitchford, North Western Irish Region, moving motion 261, a campaign for amendment to the Football Offences Act of 1991. This motion is about more than football. It's about decency, it's about dignity. It's about whether people can go to work, go to a match, or simply live their lives without being abused for who they are. No worker, no supporter, no steward, no cleaner, no caterer, no security guard should have to stand there and take homophobic, biphobic or transphobic abuse. No one should be told to, laugh it off, shrug it off or accept it as part of the game. It is not banter, it is not tradition, it is hatred, plain and simple. And let's be clear, if the law names racism but leaves other form of hate less clearly covered, then the law is not doing its job properly. Justice should not depend on how loud the chanting is or who the target is. Hate is hate. Abuse is abuse. And our members know that when hatred is left unchecked, it spreads. In stadiums, in workplaces, and in communities. As trade unionists, we do not stand by while people are demeaned, excluded, or driven into silence. We stand together. We fight together, and we say that every person has the right to feel safe and respected, whether they're at work or just in the stands. So let's commit together to work with Just a Ball Game and other football anti-discrimination organisations to form a broad coalition of support for statutory change. So let this Congress send a message: we cannot be ignored. Enough is enough. We want the law strengthened, we want proper protection, we want action, and we want it now. Congress, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Joe. Seconder.
President Congress, I second this motion. The beautiful game, football. We all like to watch football. It's brilliant. We all feel excited when our team wins. But what about the staff that work there? What about the footballers themselves? What about the abuse that's going on within football? We need something doing, and we need it right away. We need it right now. Brothers and sisters, please help to pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Mover of motion 262.
President, Congress, Dave Levy, London Region, moving motion 262 on imprisonment for public protection. Imprisonment for public protection is basically an indefinite sentence. The principles at the heart of our justice system is that punishment should be proportionate, transparent, and subject to the rule of law. Yet the imprisonment for public protection sentence has created a situation where thousands of people remain trapped in a system which fails all three tests. IPP sentences were abolished in 2012 because Parliament recognised they were fundamentally flawed. Yet abolition was not applied retrospectively. As a result, people continue to serve sentences that no longer exist, with many having spent years, and in some cases more than a decade, beyond the original tariff. We must ask ourselves a simple question. If a sentence was considered unjust enough to abolish, how can it be just to continue to impose its consequences on those already caught within it? This is not merely a legal issue, it's a deeply human one too. The uncertainty of not knowing when or if release will come takes a profound toll on mental health. Even for those who are released, the shadow of recall remains. A minor breach of licence conditions or a deterioration in mental health that is perceived as increasing risk can result in a return to custody. People live indefinitely under the threat of losing their liberty once again, having already served a sentence. The European Court of Human Rights ruled that the failure to provide adequate rehabilitation opportunities to IPP prisoners breaches Article 5 of the right to liberty. The United Nations has described the ongoing use of these sentences as inhumane. These are not criticisms that any society that aspires to decency should dismiss lightly. This motion does not ask us to ignore public safety either. On the contrary, it recognises that public safety is best served when people receive the support, rehabilitation and health care they need to reduce risk and rebuild their lives. And that's why we call for a review and a resentencing of those who are still serving IPP sentences, for proper access to rehabilitation and health care, and for urgent reassessment where the sentence itself has become a barrier to effective treatment and recovery. Justice requires accountability, but it also requires fairness, humanity, and hope. 14 years after IPP sentences were abolished, it's time to finish the job. It's time to replace indefinite punishment with a system that protects the public while respecting human dignity and the rule of law. I move motion 262.
Thank you, Dave. Seconder.
President, Vice President, Congress, Thomas Gopawa Igbenazaka, London Region, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Seconding motion 262, imprisonment for public protection. This motion is about fairness, dignity, and hope. No one should be left in limbo indefinitely without a realistic opportunity to move forward with their lives. A justice system should protect the public while supporting rehabilitation and recovery. For this reason, I am pleased to second this motion. Congress, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thomas, well done. It's not easy having to wait the whole week to deliver your first speech, so well done. Does Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? Then I can ask Gary Harris from the CEC to respond, please.
President, Vice President, General Secretary, Congress. Gary Harris, London Region, responding on behalf of the CEC to motions 259, 262 and 263. On motions 259, the CEC is supporting with a qualification. We recognise the profound injustice suffered by the Windrush generation. The scandal represents a serious failure of the state, and the GMB has consistently supported calls for justice, fair compensation and equal treatment. We agree with the principles that victims must have fair, accessible and properly resourced routes to redress concerns around the MP filter and the disparities faced by claimants without legal representation all are valid and important. Our qualifications are as follows. First, removing the MP filter would represent a significant reform to the Parliament and Health Services Ombudsman, affecting all complainants. This is a matter that requires detailed legal and parliamentary consideration beyond the scope of this motion. Second, extending legal aid is a question of national public spending. While we support access to justice, the full policy and cost implications would need to be carefully assessed. Subject to these qualifications, the CEC supports the principle that Windrush claimants must have equal access to justice, that compensation schemes must be fair and transparent, and that barriers with disadvantaged victims should be reviewed and reformed. The CEC will continue to support efforts to secure justice for the Windrush generation. On motion 262, the CEC is seeking referral to refer the motion. This motion raises an important issue of justice that merits consideration. However, it is not currently a central area of GMB's work, and we do not have resources in place to campaign on the issue effectively at this time. Referral will allow the Union to undertake further research and consider how and to what extent we may be able to engage constructively on this issue in the future. For these reasons, the CEC is asking Congress to refer motion 262. On motion 263, the CEC is seeking withdrawal. GMB's policy on direct action is balanced and considered, taking a case-by-case approach. This motion cuts across the established position. The Union has already made clear its concerns in this space, including raising opposition at GMB Congress 2025 to the prescription of certain direct action groups. The call to revoke all arms licences from defence manufacturers conflicts with existing GMB policy to support our members working in that sector. In addition, the motion contains contradictions in its legal framing. While it refers to non-violence direct action not intended to harm human life, it does not account for the fact that some forms of such action may still be illegal and potentially dangerous regardless of intent. For these reasons, the CEC believes that the motion is not an appropriate basis for union policy. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is seeking withdrawal of motion 263. President, in conclusion, the CEC is supporting motion 259 with qualifications, asking that motion 262 is referred and that motion 263 is withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Just for clarity, can I thank Southern because they did withdraw 263, so thank you. Before I move on to the vote, can I just ask movers and seconders of 264, Composite 12 and 267 to come down the front, please. Does Wales and South West accept the qualification on 259? Does London agree to refer 262? Thank you. Then I'll take the vote on 259, 260, 261. 260 and 261 are being supported by the CEC. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. Could I have the mover? We're still on social policy justice, so could I have the mover for 264, please?
Morning, President, Vice President, Congress. Mohammed Ali, London Region, first-time delegate, fourth-time speaker, I think. I'm going to stop doing that now. I've got a lot more to go. My branch puts in a lot of motions. So shout out the BMA, BMJ branch. Congress, right to protest. To express our views freely without fear of reprisal or violence is not to be taken for granted. It's not a right that was handed to us, it's a right that's been won, thanks to hundreds of years of struggle, and thanks to the thousands of men and women who stood up against intimidation, oppression, and division. It's a sobering reality that billions of our brothers and sisters around the world do not have these rights, and that it is far easier for our freedoms to be eroded than to be gained. The right to free speech and protest does go both ways. It can be used to stand up against war, fight for workers' rights, show unity in the face of division. But as we've seen recently from the Unite the Kingdom marches to far-right fascist political discourse becoming mainstream, these rights are sadly increasingly used by people to spread hate, incite violence, and spread racism. I'm grateful for the CEC's qualification on this motion and proud that the GMB has so much existing policy in this area, specifically condemning the draconian anti-protest laws brought in by the Tories, which still haven't been repealed. But this motion is intended to add to that body of policy by focusing on the role of employers in this matter, namely calling on them to clarify the rights of employees to express themselves while still upholding their duty to ensure a workplace free from harassment, discrimination, and hatred. Specifically, we want employers to clarify their policies and processes regarding employees' social media activity, because none of us should have to be worried about being hauled before HR for sharing political posts, supporting the Labour Party, encouraging people to join a union, or standing in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Palestine. However, if your co-worker is an ardent supporter of a far-right party, publicly displaying support for racist and violent policies such as remigration, then this is likely to make colleagues and service users feel unsafe. In this case, you'd probably hope that this is something your employer might take steps to address. And that's why we're calling for employers to clarify their policies and procedures in this area. We need employers to commit to upholding our right to freedom of expression without handing immunity to people who openly share hateful, far-right talking points, whether in person or online. Congress, I move.
Well done, Mohammed. You're an old hand now. 4 speeches, that makes you. Seconder, please. Formally, thank you, London. Mover of Composite 12, which is London, and then seconded by Wales and South West, I believe.
President, Vice President, Congress, Mohammed Ali, London Region. Not doing that again. Composite 12, right to a jury trial. Congress, this is one of the most significant rollbacks of our legal rights in history. The right to be judged by your peers has its roots in the Magna Carta in 1215. The government says that the only way to cut the unacceptable waiting times experienced by those in the justice system is to curtail the right to a trial by a jury of your peers. Congress, this is a lie. The people getting a fair trial are not the reason for the delays in our justice system. These delays are a direct result of decades of Tory underfunding, which have hollowed out our courts, reduced the hours that judges sit, and limited access to legal aid, all of which mean that our courts are seeing fewer cases per day than the pre-pandemic. This is not just my opinion. Over 3,000 top barristers, judges, and the former director of public prosecutions have signed a letter expressing their horror at these proposals. They just won't work. The genius idea behind this policy is to push cases down the ladder, essentially from the Crown Court, where you get a judge and you get a jury, to the magistrates' courts, increasing magistrates' workload by 10 to 15% with no extra resourcing. Just so you know, Congress, magistrates are volunteers with no legal qualifications, and their courts are already facing a rapidly growing backlog thanks to understaffing and a lack of investment. I want to leave you with some words from the man in charge of this car crash of a policy, the Justice Secretary, David Lammy himself, in 2017. He was commissioned by David Cameron to do a landmark review where he said that juries are the essential filter for prejudice in our legal system. And he highlighted that magistrates are more likely to convict those from ethnic minority backgrounds than for white people. We cannot allow this government to strip us of our rights and undermine the fairness of our justice system simply because they can't be bothered to put their hand in their pocket and properly fund it. Congress, I move.
Well done, Mohammed. Seconder from Wales and South West. Formally, thank you, Wales and South West. Mover of motion 267, please.
Give Mohammed a chance to catch his breath for this one, I think. So, hello, President, top table, Congress. Jamie Walker here from the Unite M23 branch from London Region. Moving motion 267 from our new GMB Interpreters branch. So this is a justice section, but you'll see this affects all of us as well. We've heard a lot about AI in the CEC special report in organising a changing economy on Monday, and in justice they face a specific situation. All jobs have been affected by the AI arrival. It's like the Industrial Revolution. We can't stop it, and we shouldn't try to, but we have to oppose its unregulated implementation, dictated solely by cost saving and ruining professions. We found a way in this branch to make this change happen adequately and preserve not one profession, but many. So as I mentioned, motion from our new GMB Interpreters branch. Our members there interpret in police and courtrooms, and they don't want to share the fate of their colleagues, the written translators, who are already replaced by AI. The Ministry of Justice has already tested AI to interpret in prisons, and it did not work. That is, non-stop simultaneous interpreting of highly legal terminology from lawyers to detainees in custody who are usually in a state of stress. One of the last barriers before greedy corporations and governments implementing AI in the most barbaric way, the Ministry of Justice set out an AI working group without the participation of our profession and our union. This group has not even yet segregated when face-to-face interpreters must be used in court and in police matters. The ministry pushes the courts to accept interpreters appearing remotely, even for legal consultations, not just before defendants to plead guilty or not guilty. It obviously hinders the basic right to a fair trial. People are refused bail and wait months behind the bars because an interpreter was not provided and the hearing was adjourned. So often the judges refuse that, but then they have to adjourn the case, this way building further the backlog in court cases. Now one has to wait for a trial for a year or two and the prisons are full. One monopolistic agency provides the service via freelance interpreters. Despite not being paid less than the ministry, the agency drastically reduced the travel fees, so it's cheaper not to pay any travel and then assign interpreters to appear remotely using AI tools. The agency lies to the court staff that there are no interpreters available or that they are too expensive, while the interpreters are on the phone asking to be assigned in person with less and less money. the agency doesn't care, knowing very well the adjournments will only lead to a new booking for the same matter again with them. And the ministry is then led to believe there's not enough interpreters, so it began to bring more AI projects into the field. All that uncertainty now begins to cause many interpreters to combine jobs and even look for different professions, losing even more skills. Interpreters cannot effectively complain. One can complain from the agency, but only to the agency. Escalations to the ministry are only done via the agency, and that's even if they decide to answer. And there is absolutely no way to complain from the court staff. Another point to be made about AI use in these situations, AI cannot interpret. It can translate, but it doesn't understand body language, it doesn't understand nuance, and it doesn't understand the impact on people. GMB Interpreters is a small new branch packed with highly qualified professionals, and the branch has decided to turn to the only authority that can rule over the matter, the court itself. However, the court's also being taunted by this issue. Judges can't take the initiative from the government unless they're called on via the legal route by an affected party. The GMB Interpreters are filing a claim in the High Court, taking on the Ministry of Justice as a defendant for a declaration to be issued on which cases require live human interpreters. Today, case law needs to be created so the interpreters can appear remotely, but tomorrow this set precedent would limit AI, and not only in this profession, but all professions, when human intervention and human understanding needs to play a fate in the part of the people. We are asking for GMB to help us file this claim for the benefit of all. Please help Congress to support this for the sake of humanity, all our professions, and act before it is too late. I move.
Thank you, Jamie. Seconder.
Madam President, Vice President, all those on the right table and the left table, let's not forget that they are doing a grand job as well. I'm going to have to speak very fast here, and with my Scottish accent, you probably won't be able to understand some of it. I'm proud to second the motion 267. The claim is filed as soon as possible because the new framework is coming in October. The court can hear this matter urgently because the Ministry of Justice will be the defendant, and the big world agency can also appear as co-defendants, being forced in this way to give evidence and also answer questions on their malpractices. We are going to invite logistic institutes to participate in drawing up the policy for the ministry to provide expert witnesses and statements on the matter. It's arguable whether they will have marked pay as the complex, which is standard, but will definitely the ministry pointed out that they are the ones to decide what the courts are, meaning every single occasion there will be effective for the justice system suitable for the professional of implementing this field. This gives the union branch enough grounds to file the claim. Once case law is precedent created for interpreting, this will preserve some territory from the AI serving also other GMB and national unions, even in a more suitable complainant. The legal interpreters, with their unique capabilities, are likely to be taken over by AI. Segregation between work down face-to-face and by video, still both by live humans. But once AI is incorporated on a big scale, even the later knowledge, the mistakes could be going back, people would be gone for good. I second this motion. I ask Congress to vote yes.
Thank you, Ali. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? Can I ask Elaine Daly from the CEC to respond, please? Could I have movers and seconders of 269, 270, 271 and 272 to be ready down the front, please?
President, Congress, Elaine Daly, responding on behalf of the CEC to motion 264, right to protest. The CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. GMB has clear and established policy opposing the curtailment of the right to protest, including restrictions introduced under the last Conservative government. We have consistently defended the right of individuals and workers to express their views and stand up for their beliefs. We also agree with the motion's principle that workers should not be punished by their employer for expressing those beliefs. This is an important protection and one that is reflected in existing legal frameworks, including the Equality Act 2010. The Union has already taken practical steps to support members engaging in protest. For example, the Anti-Racism and Combating Hate Special Report includes guidance on staying safe at demonstrations, particularly where protests may involve confrontation with far-right groups. This motion is helpful in highlighting an emerging issue, specifically the monitoring of social media by employers, which is not explicitly covered by existing Congress policy. Our qualification is a practical one. Whilst we support the principles set out, any issues relating to member representation and conduct must be considered on a case-by-case basis. The Union must ensure that support is provided in line with both our policies and the standards expected of members under the aims and objectives set out in the GMB rulebook. Subject to that qualification, the CEC supports motion 264. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Does London accept the qualification for 264? Thank you. CEC are supporting Composite 12 and motion 267, so I'll take those all in one block. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. Before we move on to the next set of motions on equality and inclusion, we will go back to the issues that were raised in Composite 17 and 18. We will hear from one of our grassed cohort, Ratan Borgi, who will speak about the impact of recent violence in Southampton and on his community. Colleagues, just to make you aware, Ratan will make reference to violence and sexual violence. Thank you, Ratan.
President, Vice President, delegates, Congress. Thank you. Ratan Singh Borgi, Midlands region, a first-time speaker. Let's see if you're still clapping at the end. But first-time speaker and a proud member of the GMB Race Achievement Scholarship Programme. I'm speaking to you today during a very difficult time for the British Sikh community and global majority heritage communities in the UK. I firstly, however, want to send deepest condolences to the family of Henry Novak. No parent should have to face the pain of burying their child, especially not in such distressing and egregious circumstances. I'm sure everyone here today was horrified at Henry's murder and his inhumane treatment in his final moments. The murderer, Vikram Digwa, was a weapons-obsessed, violent thug who tried to claim Henry had racially assaulted him. This allegation was a lie. As is the allegation, Digwa used a Sikh religious dagger symbolizing a Sikh's duty to come to the defense of those in peril, known as a Qurban, to murder Henry. However, this misinformation has been left to fester unchallenged. And because Digwa and his family are visible Sikhs, there have been an overwhelming wave of abuse, both verbal and physical, directed towards the British Sikh community. In the last 12 months, we have witnessed multiple racially aggravated rapes against Sikh women, assault of Sikh families and pensioners, and death threats to Sikh MPs, including the GMB's own Warinder Juss. This is the worst atmosphere for Sikhs I can remember in my lifetime. As a proud practicing Sikh, I now feel it necessary to go out with a personal alarm, because I know that from the moment I step out of my front door, I could be subject to verbal or physical abuse simply because of the way I look. Abuse from far-right agitators egged on by the likes of Nigel Farage, who was called for pure, cold rage towards my community. Those words are having real consequences now, not only on the streets of Southampton and Belfast, where in the last week we have witnessed racist and xenophobic riots instigated by far-right and fascist thugs, but also across the rest of the UK too. In the particular case of Belfast, I would like to send my full solidarity to Kelly O'Dowd and the whole team at the Northern Ireland branch during what must have been a horrific few days. Sikhs, too, are no strangers to fighting fascism. 250,000 Sikhs fought in the British Indian Army during the Second World War for an undivided India and against fascism, with 83,000 making the ultimate sacrifice. Sikhs have marched side by side with allies in campaigns ranging from the Bristol bus boycotts to the fight for union recognition from Amazon. I continue this legacy with my vociferous support for the No Place for Racism campaign and my participation in GRASP, both of which are led by the indefatigable Tahimba Nasakere, who is at the back, I believe. I also continue this legacy through practicing my Sikhi openly, without fear and without hatred. My late grandfather, Vastev Singh Bamra, who was patron of the Wolverhampton Interfaith Group, taught me to respect people's faiths and beliefs as my own. I believe this simple but powerful message is needed more than ever. The hard-fought cohesion that was built up by my parents' and grandparents' generation is now dangling by a thread. It is up to all of us to safeguard and proudly fly the flag for a tolerant, cohesive, and progressive Britain. Congress, your solidarity can take the form of small acts of kindness with Sikh comrades and other marginalised communities, all the way up to campaigning for the Labour government and great institutions such as our GMB to actively stand up and fight for a progressive country. A country where we are not afraid for the way we look, the way we pray, and the way we love. An injury to one is an injury to all, Congress. Because if our movement is not fighting for the most vulnerable in our society, what are we truly here for? Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, Ratan, for that really powerful and personal speech. We now move on to motions on equality and inclusion. So can I have the movers of 269, please? Formally, thank you. Is that seconded formally? North. Yep, thank you. North East Yorkshire number. Move of motion 270, please.
I nearly hit that. President Congress, Gary Bramman, London Region, moving motion 270. I'm a first-time delegate, a first-time... I've been an active member for many years, and if it wasn't for Alan Law, I wouldn't be present today. He's been an arch for me. And apologies for my slow speaking. I'm suffer with movement neuropathy, for those that don't know, and I've difficulty breathing. I'm new to wheelchair user, and I don't care about that at all for me. But what really annoyed me happened the other month. I was seeing my grandchildren, and I wanted to go and get some money at the ATM machine. But when I got to my nearest one, I couldn't access it because I couldn't read the keypad and the screen. So I had to get someone to return my card, which I felt embarrassed. And I went into town and tried 6 more machines, and they were all the same. I went to my bank, they've all been renewed, and I couldn't access one of them. So the bank person said, go with the cash desk. I don't want to do that. I want to go to an ATM machine, and that's what I thought was easier for me. But yeah, I come home very upset and frustrated. Access to that is a legal right for ATM machine under the Equalities Act of 2010. This requires banks provide some reasonable adjustment for disabled users. The GMB needs to take the government to make sure banks do this, make it easier for not just me, everyone in wheelchairs. I know that will take years, and I won't probably see the end of it, but as a unionist, I do it for everyone, not just for me. I know the other thing I just want to say, I'm so pleased for everyone here that raised over £700 on the bucket collection organised by the London area.
Thank you so much. And the seconder.
Right. President, Vice President, Congress, Beverley Tavernier, London Region. First time speaker, seconding motion 270. I am asking Congress to support this motion by calling on the government to ensure that local councils, large companies and institutions provide easily accessible ATMs in safe spaces. We have lost over 7,000 ATMs on the high street since 2021. We need to have these losses reversed, especially those in rural areas. It should not be the case that people with disabilities, especially those in wheelchairs, should have to travel long distances to access cash. Let us ensure that the access to cash machines for everyone is free of charge. As someone with no disability issues, I understand how frustrating it is not to be able to access an ATM. Congress, please support this motion.
Well done, Beverley. Thank you. Apparently there's an issue with names going on the screen, so just be patient. T5 are sorting that out. Could I have the move of 271, please?
President, Vice President, Congress, me again. Mohammed Ali, London Region. This motion, I'm moving motion 271, caste discrimination. This motion addresses a deeply ingrained injustice that remains overlooked in the anti-racism work of most organisations, that of discrimination on the basis of caste. In this context, caste refers to the idea of a fixed social group into which someone is born, which then has implications on their perceived status and societal worth. This concept is most well known for existing in some South Asian communities, but it is an issue which has roots across all of Asia and some African societies as well. The United Nations has been clear this is a global human rights crisis affecting over 250 million people. It's a system that strips away dignity by branding human beings as inferior based solely on the circumstances of their birth, driving them into poverty and social exclusion. Congress, it is with deep regret that I can tell you that within our own South Asian communities here in the UK, there have been instances of workers being targeted by caste-based prejudice within their jobs, their schools, and while accessing vital services. I thank our brothers and sisters at other trade unions who have recently adopted similar motions highlighting this issue. In 2010, we were promised a path to justice when Gordon Brown's government passed the Equality Act and gave the government power to protect citizens from caste discrimination. But shamefully, the Tories spent over a decade kicking the can down the road, choosing not to implement this power and even ignoring pressure from the UN Human Rights Commissioner. Even after Vince Cable and the coalition pledged to implement this in 2013, the Tories dragged their heels and shamefully U-turned 5 years later, choosing to abandon clear legislation and leaving the burden to our courts. By the time they left office in 2024, they'd failed to provide the statutory protection required, leaving victims with woefully limited legal protection and failing our international commitments. We're falling behind. Nations across South Asia, from India, Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, have already banned caste-based discrimination in their constitutions. And even the US, Canada, and Australia have passed legislation to outlaw caste-based discrimination. It's time for the UK to catch up. Congress, I ask you to support this motion so that we may campaign for an amendment to the Equality Act that finally enshrines caste as a protected characteristic, and finally to partner with the Anti-Caste Discrimination Alliance to build the training and education our activists need to dismantle caste oppression wherever it rears its head. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Mohammed. And seconder?
Madam President, Vice President, Stella Ikanik, London Region, seconding motion 271, fight caste oppression and discrimination. Congress. Discrimination does not become less painful because it is hidden. Oppression does not become less real because some people do not understand it. Caste-based discrimination is real. It affects people in employment, in education, in services, and in everyday life. It can determine how a person is treated, whether they are respected, whether they are included, whether they are promoted, or whether they are bullied, excluded, humiliated, and silenced. Congress. No worker should be made to feel inferior because of their ancestry, family background, community, name, or perceived caste. The Equality Act 2010 already contains a power to make caste a protected characteristic under race, but that power has not been acted upon. Affected communities have campaigned, human rights bodies have spoken, and other jurisdictions have moved forward. But here in the UK, many workers are still waiting for clear legal protection. That is why this motion matters. As GMB, we fight all forms of discrimination. We have never stood only against the injustices that are easy to see. We stand against injustices that damage lives, destroy confidence, and deny dignity. Congress. We cannot fight what we refuse to name. We cannot protect workers from oppression if we leave them invisible. Congress, caste discrimination has no place in our workplaces, no place in our communities, and no place in a society built on equality, dignity, and justice. And Congress, discrimination is discrimination, period. Thank you. I move.
Mover of motion 272, please.
Good morning, Madam President, Vice President, Congress, Charlie Sabatini, London Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Moving motion 272 on displaying the Human Rights Act 1998 in public buildings. Congress, the Human Rights Act is an integral part of the UK's uncodified constitution, outlining the fundamental rights and freedoms that every person in this country is equally entitled to. For example, the right to life, the right to a fair trial, freedom of assembly and association, or even freedom from torture. Taking effect in the year 2000, it incorporated the European Convention on Human Rights into UK domestic law. The European Convention on Human Rights, having been created by the Council of Europe in 1950 to prevent a reoccurrence of the atrocities and human rights abuses committed during World War II, emphasises the importance of the Human Rights Act, as it is the product of a landmark international treaty designed to safeguard individuals against an abuse of power and also uphold the democratic values which underpin modern society. However, given that the Human Rights Act is such a crucial piece of legislation, it is unfortunate to think that so many of the rights and freedoms protected by the Act lack public awareness. Congress, this is why motion 272 calls on the GMB to publicly campaign for greater awareness of the Human Rights Act and lobby central government, devolved assemblies, local authorities and other public services to display a poster in all public buildings across the country, such as libraries, civic offices, job centres, GP surgeries and hospitals, listing the 16 articles and protocols of the Act which state the rights and freedoms protected by it. I imagine most people in this hall have seen the Health and Safety Executive's Health and Safety Law poster displayed somewhere in most workplaces and public buildings, which explains the responsibilities of both employers and employees in guaranteeing workplace safety. The primary objective of this motion is to see the poster on the Human Rights Act as ever present as the Health and Safety Law poster in the lives of people accessing public buildings, as a way to increase general awareness of the Act. Furthermore, we request that the GMB produce a clear and accessible poster featuring GMB branding, which also names the 16 articles and protocols included in the Human Rights Act. This poster would hopefully be distributed across all public sector workplaces where the GMB is present, and also be displayed in GMB offices as a model of good practice. Congress. The Human Rights Act protects both our members and the wider public, which is why we must work to ensure that as many people as possible are made aware of its existence. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie, and well done again for having to wait till the last day. Seconder.
President, Vice President, Congress, top table. Displaying the Human Rights Act 1998 in our public building is not a superficial gesture. It is a powerful visual commitment to the core values of dignity, of equality and civil respect. Our public buildings, our libraries, town halls and community spaces belong to the people. They are at the heart of the community and they must reflect our highest shared ideas. By passing this motion, we achieve three vital objectives. First, we empower our community. It gives every citizen who enters the public building clear, daily visibility of fundamental rights, from privacy, protections to freedoms of belief. It brings the law out of the courtroom and directly into the people. Second, we reinforce public accountability. It actively reminds our public services of the legal duties under the Act. It sets a visible zero-tolerance tune for the discrimination, ensuring equality and fairness are at the forefront of every single service delivered. And third, we build a civil trust. It draws a transparency line on how we protect the vulnerable when people see their rights proudly displayed. They know they are entering a safe, inclusive environment that values their inherent worth. A public building, the openly displayed human rights in a building that truly serves the people. This simply low-cost action costs very little, but it sends an unmistakably message about who we are, what we stand for, and the exclusive community we determined to build. Congress, please support this motion. I second.
Well done. Thank you. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? Then can I ask Kay Doherty from the CEC to respond, please?
President, Congress, Kay Doherty, North Western Irish Region, speaking on behalf of the CEC and responding to motions 269 and 272. On motion 269, the CEC is seeking to refer this motion. The motion is absolutely right to highlight the vital work of White Ribbon UK, particularly in engaging men and boys in preventing violence against women and girls. Preventing gender-based violence is fully aligned with GMB values, and we have consistently supported initiatives that promote safety, equality and respect. However, the motion calls for GMB to formally affiliate with and become accredited by White Ribbon UK. This would constitute a formal relationship with an external organisation and may involve financial and resource commitments. As Congress will be already aware, any proposal involving affiliation or financial commitment must be considered by the Finance and General Purposes Committee before a decision can be taken. Referral will allow the CEC and the FGPC to examine the requirements of accreditation, including any fees, staffing implications, or compliance obligations. Ensure any financial commitments are properly scrutinised and authorised in line with union governance, and consider how such an affiliation would align with and complement existing GMB equality, campaigning and safeguarding work. For these reasons, the CEC is asking Congress to refer Motion 269. On Motion 272, the CEC is supporting with a qualification. We support the principle behind this motion. The Human Rights Act provides essential protections for our members and the wider public, and raising awareness of those rights is consistent with GMB's long-standing commitment to civil liberties and equal treatment. The intent of the motion is positive and reflects the union's ongoing work to defend and promote human rights. Our qualification is a practical one. The motion calls for a requirement on governments and public bodies to mandate the display of Human Rights Act's material across public buildings. While we support the ambition, GMB does not have the authority to enforce such measures. However, we can play a meaningful role. We can campaign for greater awareness, encourage employers to adapt such practices, and lead by example within our own workplaces and union structures. It will be for regions, branches and workplaces to determine how best to prioritise and deliver this work in line with their capacity and campaigns. Subject to that qualification, the CEC supports Motion 272. President, in conclusion, the CEC is asking that Motion 269 is referred, and we are supporting Motion 272 with the stated qualification. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Does North East Yorkshire and Humber agree to refer Motion 269? Thank you. There's no vote on that. Does London Region accept the qualification on Motion 272? Thank you. Shall I put all those to the vote? 270, 271 that the CEC are supporting, and 272. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. We move on to social policy, NHS and health issues. Movers and seconders of 273, 274, 275 and 277, please be ready. And can I have the mover of 273 to the rostrum?
Vice President, Congress, my name's Chris Cole, Midlands, third-time delegate, first-time speaker. I'd like to ask Phil Sober, Martin Allen, and Keith Potts. Could you stand up for a second, please? On behalf of FAB, friends and brethren, who are a support group for males with prostate cancer, who recently received the King's Award for voluntary service, a big thank you for what you have done and helped them get along the way. Right. I back this motion because I have a personal involvement. My dad was diagnosed with prostate cancer a few years ago and is now in full recovery. But he caught it early. When he was first diagnosed, he used to call me every day. Have you been checked yet? Have you been checked yet? He did this with every other family members and his friends. As a result, 3 other family members was diagnosed with prostate cancer, but as the saying goes, it was caught early, and they survived. On the flip side, I have lost 4 friends to this deadly disease. Why? Because they refused to go and get checked. Why? Because of the stigma on how you got checked. I'm here today to inform you you can now get checked through a blood test. Yes, a blood test. That is it. I repeat, a blood test, which is called PSA test, which you can get done at your GP. There is no shame in getting a blood test, is there? Nothing intrusive in that, is there? I don't want to make this or turn this into a colour thing, although Afro-Caribbean males are twice more at risk to getting this deadly disease. I want to make it a man thing. This disease will kill you if not detected early. Remember, this disease, it will kill you. This disease doesn't only affect the man, it affects your spouse, partner, your children, your family, your friends. Because of what? You didn't want to get checked. Because of the stigma. Come on, guys. I know we are ignorant in going to the doctors for any ailments. But I repeat, early detection is vital to survive. I repeat, early detection is vital. I also repeat, all it takes is a simple blood test called the PSA test. What is it called? Where do you get it? Remember, this will kill you if it's not detected early. I want all the males now to stand up. Now turn to the guy next to you and repeat after me. I will get checked. Say it again. I will get checked. Here's a few symptoms, signs to watch for. Here's a few symptoms, signs to watch out for. I want to be specific. This does not mean you have prostate cancer. Frequent visits to the toilet during the night. Pain during urinating. This is a big one here, guys. Erectile dysfunction. I beg you guys, get checked. One love, peace out. Also, I want to say thoughts and prayers to Northern Ireland.
Christopher, a really powerful first speech, and I think you've got all the men in the room. Yeah. Seconder.
President, Congress, Ashton Green, GMB Midlands Region, seconding motion 273. Firstly, Chris, thank you for your emotional moving of that motion. Congress, since this motion was submitted, we have an important development. This is that the government has announced that all eligible black men, 45 to 74, will be invited to take part in the next phase of the Transform prostate cancer screening trial. Congress. That is welcome. That is recognition that black men face a significantly higher risk of prostate cancer that can no longer be ignored. It is a step forward, but Congress, let's be clear, It is a trial, not a screening programme. A trial is not a guarantee that every black man will be reached. A trial is not a substitute of a healthcare system that recognises risk and acts upon it. So whilst we'll reckon the announcement, we must continue to push for a future where black men are not left to rely on chance, awareness, campaigns, or that of self-referral. Congress, we must continue to push for a system where those at greatest risk are routinely offered tests that could change their lives, because we know the higher the risk, doing nothing is not neutrally, doing nothing is a choice. And Congress, it is time to choose prevention, early detection and equality. Congress, please support this motion. I second.
Well done, Ashton. Mover of motion 274, please.
Thank you, President. Congress. I'm speaking John Morris, London Region, first-time delegate, second-time speaker. President, Congress, I'm speaking on behalf of Plaistow Branch and the Department of Health. Recently, the Department of Health and Social Care announced last year the country's first ever men's health strategy. The facts of the strategy laid bare were stark, that young men had a shorter life expectancy, that had a higher levels of preventable illnesses, and crucially, suicide was the biggest killer of young men under the age of 50. But Congress, looking at these numbers, I'm worried, but I'm also scared. I'm scared because the strategy also laid bare a terrifying reality, that while suicide among young men is a devastating on its own, we're also seeing a reality where young men across the world are actively being radicalized with devastating consequences for our society. Young men are looking to the far right for answers, to reform, to Nigel Farage, to Andrew Tate, to misogyny. Congress, this motion does not require GMB to tackle these massive issues on its own. It simply asks the Union to look closely at the men's strategy, to acknowledge the issues it highlights, and to find a way of incorporating it and its findings into our workplace, to support them, to support our members, to mentor them, to provide them with a safe, healthy life, while also making them resilient against these toxic influences. So let's turn the strategy into a real example of solidarity. Please support this motion. Thank you. I move this motion.
Well done, John. Thank you. Seconder, please. Seconder for 274. London Region. Seconder, or are you going to formally second it? Formally, thank you. I wouldn't want it to fall. Mover of motion 275, please.
(275) is tackling the rise of STIs amidst PrEP expansion and calling for the inclusive sexual health strategy. President, Congress, despite the request from the CEC to withdraw this motion, I'm proud to propose it with the support of my region, the caring Wales and South West. But I must add, on a personal note, if it all goes wrong, this morning I'll be last time delegate and last time speaker. When I saw the CEC stance was asking me to withdraw it, then read why, I was shocked. I honestly didn't see how this little ask could cause so much of an issue. When I read the comment, make public arguments on matters that require specialist medical, epidemiological, behavioural health expertise that the GMB does not possess and cannot reasonably acquire, I was confused. What does all that mean? I didn't see that in my motion. Then I read on. The motion also rests on asserted causal link between PrEP use and rise in STI rates. Well, these are facts, not assumptions. Was there something behind this? Was it because this is about something? It's about sex? Is middle-class youth to morality being offended? I don't know. Let me try and break it down. I'm sure you all read the motion. It's saying, due to the rise in the take-up of PrEP, something that the GMB campaign forum won, there's been a corresponding rise in the spread, if I apologise for saying it, of gonorrhea, chlamydia and syphilis, and some other diseases. This is not conjecture, it's fact. The spread is all across society, as the take-up of PrEP is now led by the heterosexual community. That's all you non-LGBT people. That colleagues was confirmed by a colleague, a senior nursing professional who is not only a GMB member, but here today. I'm not expecting the union to provide all the services I've listed, but to campaign for them and help raise awareness. And it's very simple. Whilst taking PrEP and having unprotected sex, sorry to say that again, you have drastically reduced your chances of catching HIV to virtually zero. But, and here's the important bit, the big message, that chances of catching those other nasties have stayed the same. Full stop, that's it. Now, if that's difficult, do we need 4 professors, 3 consultants, 2 senior health professionals and a nurse in a biohazard suit? No. We need to look at our members, at where the knowledge is, shake a few hands in Westminster, washing them afterwards, of course. We campaign for it, now let's complete the job. It's simple. Save my neck, and despite the CC stand, support this simple motion. We are the GMB. We make a difference. Do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Seconder.
Mark Bowler, Wales and South West, seconding motion 275. The motion principally refers to a minority group, that is, men who have sex with men. But in essence, the consequences of ignoring our request could have a devastating impact on everyone. The NHS is already concerned with ever more bacterial infections becoming drug-resistant, and this is more so prevalent with sexually transmitted infections, whether you're sexually promiscuous, celibate, or non-sexual. We all should be concerned about the increase in drug resistance within bacterial infections. The essence of the motion is only asking the GMB to do what we are very good at. That is, to support our NHS with education, helping to spread the safe sex message in the workplace, and to use our campaigning skills to help protect those services from future underfunding, ensuring that the NHS continues with its work of improving upon our community health. The CEC is making a mistake by thinking there needs to be specialist medical, epidemiological and behavioural expertise to support this motion. It is just asking we collaborate and augment NHS sexual health campaigns and fight for future-proofing of services. So please give your support to this motion and let us do our bit in strengthening the NHS to slow down drug-resistant bacterial infections that, if left unchecked, could mutate, building resistance, and affect any one of us. I'm proud to second.
Thank you, Mark. Could I have the mover of 277, please? And 278, 279, 280, come down the front. Movers and seconders, please.
President, Congress, good morning. Beverly Gunning moving motion 277. Now, since I wrote this report, There's been Sky News, BBC, and a national newspaper talking about maternity care in crisis. So I can scrap the first paragraph, but this has been a systemic issue for over 40 years. This issue is still a postcode lottery in terms of maternity health care for Black and global majority mothers who are expecting and the extended family. As a Black woman who has had 3 neonatal children, the racial assumptions not only come from white midwives, but from Black/global midwives as well. They ignored my concerns with my twin daughters, whom in the end was 3 months premature. I got to the stage where I had to use explanatory language in patois to a midwife to get my message across that I was distressed. My dad intervened with the stern words to get a senior consultant. One of the twins sadly passed away 3 weeks later, and who knows, all of this could have been avoided if they'd listened to me in the first place. Then I went on to have 2 more premature babies, but luckily for me, which I mentioned at last year's Congress, thanks to Queen Charlotte's midwifery service, it all ended well. I had so much aftercare support for years. I felt empowered enough to help other mothers in the neonatal unit. It's not all about reading the book, to support mothers who went through the same journey, not only for me as a Black woman. Also, when a baby decides to come into this world early, there's no discrimination. This needs to be in midwifery training. Midwives follow the rule book and do not count the sensitivity of mothers, as seen in last year's episode of Coronation Street, where a Black woman made her issue of severe pain and discomfort known, which was ignored by Black and white midwives, resulting in her having her baby under emergency cesarean, nearly dying and having a hysterectomy. In the statement of support, the CEC says that work has begun in areas utilizing support from Graft Sisterhood and working in conjunction with LAN, Labour Africa Network. This approach doesn't represent mothers who are Black Caribbean. My mum was a midwife. My dad read the midwifery books. But it could not represent what was going on in the real world. Midwives need to get their head out their books, listen and represent mothers and act accordingly. I'm happy to discuss this policy teams or the GRASS network, as I feel this motion is close to my heart and needs to be said by someone who's walked a mile in my shoes. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Well done, Bev. Thank you. Seconder.
Madam President and Vice President, I'm here to second this motion. Congress, we know the headlines and the heartbreaks families face, but we stand in support of the National Maternity Neonatal Investigation because it stops blaming individuals and exposes a broken system. The report highlights a devastating reality. Black and Asian women are higher rates of dying in labour and face poor stereotypical treatments. Our members see the institutional failures every day. This investigation is a vital tool for racial injustice in the NHS. Because this is not just about our clinical outcomes, it's about our members working in a crumbling building and dangerous, unsafe, understaffed units. Safety versus staffing is not a debate. The interim report is clear. You cannot have safe births without safe staffing. We support this inquiry because it provides the hard evidence, and we need to end the recruitment crisis and stop making empty rotas. Far too long, blame has been shifted onto isolated individuals, targeting the workers at the bedsides. It's time for a systematic account over convenient scapegoating. This investigation finally shifts the spotlight away from front lines and shines it right where it belongs, on failed leadership, outdated IT, and a chronic lack of investment. This is also about hospital treatments of families when things go wrong. We need a real, transparent, meaningful apologies and proper bereavement care, not defensive wars. It is scandalous that this is a race and postcodes will still dictate safety. So I call on Congress to fully back this national investigation. We demand the final recommendations. Let's build a maternity service that is safe for every mother, every baby, and every GMB members. I second this motion.
Thank you, Carol. Anybody who speak in opposition? No? Can I ask Paul Turner from the CEC to respond, please?
Good morning, Congress. President, Vice President, Congress. Paul Turner, North West and Irish Region, speaking on behalf of the CEC into motions 274 and 275. And whilst I was sat there, it's good to note that they have changed some of the words. On motion 274, the CEC is asking for this motion to be referred. We recognise the importance of improving health outcomes for men and boys. The inequalities identified are real, affect many of our members, and addressing them in the workplace is a constant with GMB policy and values. However, the motion poses substantial programme of organisational development. This includes establishing men's working health groups, developing cross-section guidance, structured engagement with employers, and creating mentoring and support frameworks. This represents a significant and complex body of work with wide range of implications for resourcing, staffing, governance, and specialist expertise. Before committing to such a programme, the Union must carefully consider the level of organisational capacity required. However, this work aligns with the existing equalities, health and safety, and organisational priorities, and whether it's deliverable under the current structures. Referral will allow detailed consideration as it ensures that any work complexities existing activities include our engagement with a labour group for men and boys, rather than creating parallel structures without coordination. For those reasons, the CEC is asking for motion 274 to be referred. On motion 275, the CEC is seeking withdrawal. We recognise the importance of sexual health and transmittive role of PEP in reducing HIV and the need for inclusive, stigma-free public approaches. These are important issues for many of our members. However, the motion asks for the Union to take a position and campaigning on matters requiring specialist medical and behavioural health expertise. This is not an area the GMB are professionals or competent to lead. For these reasons, while we respect the intent of the motion, the CEC believes it is not appropriate for the GMB to adopt this policy. Therefore, Congress, the CEC, is asking to withdraw 275 as we are not medical professionals. President, in conclusion, the CEC is asking 274 to be referred and 275 to be withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay. Does London Region agree to refer motion 274? Yes? Okay, that's the easy one. Does Wales and South West, I think I might know the answer before I ask this, does Wales and South West agree to withdraw 275? Okay. 273 and 277 the CC are supporting, so I'll take those as one vote. All those in favour, please show. All those against, those two motions are carried. Right, because the Wales and South West are not agreeing to withdraw, it does mean the CEC position changes to oppose. All those then in favour of 275, please show, and please put your hands up really clearly. All those against? Yeah, that's carried.
Could the mover of motion 278? Thank you.
President, Vice President, Congress, Phil Taylor, Wales South West Region, moving motion 278. Colleagues, I stand today to support this motion because it speaks to the real human cost of NHS waiting lists, not just in statistics, not just in headlines, but in lived experience of our members. When we talk about waiting lists, too often the debate is framed as inconvenience, a delay, administrative problem. But for working people, NHS delays are not an inconvenience. They are a threat to health, livelihood, and to dignity. Right now, workers across the public and private sector are waiting months, even years for surgery, diagnostics, cancer care, orthopaedics, and mental health treatment. They are waiting in pain, waiting while their condition worsens, waiting while their ability to work is slowly taken away. And while they wait, the clock keeps ticking. Sick pay runs out, absence triggers kick in, jobs are put at risk. Congress, it is deeply wrong that a worker can lose their job, their income, or their future because the health system that they rely upon has been stretched beyond breaking point. That is not a personal failure, that is a systemic failure. Long waiting lists do not just harm patients, they weaken the workforce. They increase sickness absence, they drive experienced workers out of public services. This motion rightly recognises that NHS delays are now an employment issue as much as a health issue. Public sector employers are being forced to absorb rising sickness costs, backfill roles and manage staff who are desperate to return to work but physically unable to do so. Meanwhile, workers face anxiety, financial hardship, and the fear of being seen as a problem rather than a person in need of care. That is not how a civilised society should treat its workforce. Congress, none of this is inevitable. Long waiting lists are the result of political choices about funding, staffing levels and capacity. Years of underinvestment have left the NHS struggling to meet demand, and it is working people who are paying the price. This motion is right to demand urgent action to reduce waiting lists, to expand capacity and to properly fund the NHS so that treatment happens when it is needed, not when a worker has already lost their job or their health. But just as importantly, it commits the GMB to stand with members who are suffering the consequences right now, to defend those whose employment is threatened because they are waiting for treatment, to challenge unfair absence management and to ensure workers are not punished for the delays that they did not create and cannot control. Congress, access to timely healthcare is not a luxury. It is the foundation of a functioning workforce and a fair economy. When NHS fails to deliver on time, it is not just patients who suffer, it is families, workplaces and whole communities. By supporting this motion, Congress is saying clearly that workers' livelihoods matter, that sickness caused by prolonged NHS delays is not a disciplinary issue, and that GMB will fight for proper funding, for capacity, and for every member caught in the crossfire of a broken system. I urge Congress to support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Philip. Can we have the seconder, please?
President, Congress. Jonathan Strachan-Taylor from the wonderful Wales and South West region. Second in motion 278. There were 7.1 million people as of March 2026 on the NHS waiting lists. That's an unpleasant reality. But NHS waiting lists are not just statistics. They are people, our colleagues, our friends, your mum, your dad. Now, it seems obvious that when treatment is delayed for NHS workers and their medical conditions worsen, recovery becomes harder. For NHS workers, it means sickness absence, withheld enhancements, withheld pay,
time off without pay, the pay that means they can survive. In NHS England, they employ 1.8 million people. The majority of the women are on low pay, on minimum wage. They're the ones who bear the consequences. Their staff, they're often in pain, they're facing disciplinary procedures, capability processes, and being managed out of their own jobs because the NHS will not treat them before they can be fired. That is unjust, and it is totally preventable. These long waiting times also place enormous strain on our workplaces. Public services are stretched further as sickness absence rates rise, teams are left short-staffed, and the pressures on those still in work increases. This creates a vicious cycle, weakens not only individual well-being, but the strengths of the workforce as a whole. This motion is a call for urgent action. You need meaningful investment in your NHS that reduces staffing levels, increases pay, staffing levels, expands capacity and reduces the backlog. We need a system that works for patients and for workers to keep our public services running. Critically, we must stand for our members. No one should face punishment or hardship because they are waiting for treatment beyond their control. We call for change to NHS pay to help the lowest paid women in the NHS. Our NHS heroes need your help. Congress, invest in our people, invest in our NHS, invest in fair and equal pay. Make work better. Support this motion.
Can we have the mover for motion 279, please?
President, Vice President, Congress. Julie Shaw, proud North East Yorkshire and Humber region. Moving motion 279. NHS underfunding is the cause of the private sector taking over our NHS by stealth. Congress, trying to get a doctor's appointment, dentist appointment, or even operation, you're pointed towards the private sector. We think we still have an NHS, but try to get into the NHS dentist, it's near impossible. I had a knee replacement on the NHS, but was sent to a private sector hospital. This privatisation by the back door. Our doctors' surgeries are now health centres where you have to book in advance, never seeing the same doctor twice, with clinicians and nurses. Sometimes you're better off to get to see anyone. This pushes you towards the private sector for answers. You're told doctor doesn't treat anymore. Examples, wart removal, chiropody, mental health. The wait time puts you off. People say so they can jump the queue, borrow money to get treatment. Others wait but die or even take their own lives while waiting. Congress, don't let them steal away our NHS bit by bit. Congress, let's tell our government to fund our NHS to the full and protect our people's lives. Congress, please support this motion I move.
Can we have the seconder, please?
President, Congress, Josh Blacklock, North East Yorkshire and Humber region. In the UK, with the preceding 2 years showing a nominal growth ranging between 9.8% and 13.7%, the private acute healthcare market value has reached 13.8 billion. Self-pay admissions show a record-breaking spike of a 38% rise in comparison from post-pandemic to pre-pandemic. Public health cuts, we've crawled our way to 26% lower in 2024 compared to 2015 in real terms. As we know, the peak of funding for the NHS was during COVID. Funding has fallen by over 10% in the 3 years that followed. Employer-driven and individually purchased private health insurance see some segments of the private healthcare gaining an annual premium growth of 17.8%. These aren't coincidences, these are real-time comparatives that slide in tandem. All while the government claim waiting list times have dropped. Have they? Mr. Starmer, how many of these people who recorded a shorter waiting time for you opted for private health care on their initial consultation? to then end up on the same consultant's waiting list through the NHS? And what do you say to those who can't afford that initial private consultation and are now subject to care too late or not at all? While the rich get richer and enjoy their short waiting times, working class get forced to the back of the queue with their longest ever waiting times. You do not fool us, Prime Minister. We call upon this Labour government, and while you're still there, Mr Starmer, to fund the NHS realistically. Don't be the party that goes down in history for selling it off. Be the party that goes down in history for saving it. I second.
Thank you, Josh. Can we have the mover for motion 280, please?
Morning, President, Vice President and top table, and morning to you all. Right, my name's Angela Gilroy and I'm from Midlands region. Can I ask everybody to stand up who have had any form of help from hospices, whether it's respite or anything else? Can you stand up for me? Please. Right, thank you. Also, can I just ask a question? Does anybody in this room know how much it costs to fund a hospice for a year? Any ideas? Throw me numbers. No? It costs £2 million a year to run a hospice across the country. Now, just lately, you have hospices that have closed because of the funding that the government aren't giving them because it's just got diminished so much. The other thing is you've got hospices as well that are running on half board. I know of hospices where there's 30 beds, but there is only 15 beds open. What restriction is that? Just for, so staff are losing their jobs. What care can, where the nurses want to give care and they can't, it's just terrible. In Birmingham, the children's hospice, Acorns, nearly closed. If it wasn't for a massive, and I mean a massive, televised thing and sponsorship and everything else, that would have been closed by now. I just feel that we all have, my mum passed away at the beginning of the year, and the palliative care nurses that came in were absolutely incredible. It didn't matter what time we called them, whether it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, they were there within the hour. They're struggling. They're absolutely, hospices are on their knees in this country. And I just wish the government, I don't care what government it is, would refund that funding. The people are out there with bucket collections and stuff like that. So that's why I'm moving this. And also my wife is a palliative care specialist nurse. And the work that she does and her colleagues is absolutely incredible. So that's why I'm moving this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Can we have the seconder, please? Thank you. Good morning, President, Vice President, General Secretary. And I have to big up my colleague, Gordon, as well, from the Midlands region. I'm Jacqueline Burnett-Pitt from the Midlands region, rising to second motion 280 on hospice services. I'm sure we all remember Nye Bevan's quote from the NHS, from cradle to grave. Yes, across the UK, hospices are facing a serious funding crisis, and many have already reduced services. What's happening? Around 75% of hospices in England are operating at a deficit, according to the data from Hospice UK. Nearly 60% have made or are considering cuts to frontline services, including inpatient beds, community visits, and staff posts. About 380 hospice beds are lying unused, not because they are unnecessary. They are not, sorry, that they are unnecessary, but because hospices can't afford the nurses and specialist staff needed to run them. Specialist community hospice visits have fallen by around 150,000 a year, despite increasing demand from an ageing population. Why are hospices struggling? Most UK hospices are charities, although they provide an essential part of end-of-life care. Government funding only covers a proportion of their costs, and the rest come from charity shops, funding events, donations and gifts in wills, and corporate support. Congress, I'm just urging you to support this motion. Thank you.
Great timing, Jackie. Thank you. Does anyone wish to oppose any of these motions? Can I please ask for Diane Burke to report back on behalf of CEC, please?
President, Congress. Diane Burke, North East Yorkshire and Humber region, responding on behalf of the CEC to motions 278 and 279. On motion 278, NHS waiting list and workforce impact, the CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. GMB has a long-standing commitment to campaigning for proper investment in the NHS. We continue to call for the funding needed to ensure secure, fairly paid jobs and high-quality services for patients. Congress has previously recognised that with the right level of investment, waiting lists can be reduced and access to timely care improved. We also recognise the reality facing our members and the public. Waiting times to see doctors and receive hospital treatment have increased, placing significant pressure on both patients and staff. Our qualification is a practical one. The Union does not have the direct power to reduce NHS waiting lists. However, we can and will continue to lobby government for increased funding and capacity within the NHS. We will also continue to defend and support our members, whether employment is impacted by delays and pressures that are beyond their control. Subject to that qualification, the CEC supports motion 278. On motion 279, NHS underfunding and private sector involvement, the CEC is supporting this motion with qualification. GMB has consistently campaigned for increased funding for the NHS, and this remains a central priority for our union. Congress has repeatedly supported calls for greater investment, and we have reinforced this through policy and CEC statements for over a number of years. We share the concerns raised in this motion about the pressures facing the NHS and the risks associated with underfunding, including the increasing role of private providers in the delivery of services. Our qualification relates to the proposal for a specific funding target. While we support the principle of securing a fair and sustainable funding settlement for the NHS, committing to a fixed figure such as 4% requires further detailed analysis. We would need to fully understand the funding model and the scale of need and the broader economic context before adopting a specific figure as union policy. Therefore, while we continue to campaign strongly for increased NHS funding, we must ensure that our policy positions are evidence-based and deliverable. Subject to that qualification, the CEC supports motion 279. President, in conclusion, the CEC is supporting both motions with the stated qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Please can I ask for the Speaker for motion 299 to come down to the front? Does Wales and South West accept the qualification on motion 278? Thank you. And does North East Yorkshire and Humber accept the qualification on motion 279? Thank you. So we'll take all those motions in bulk for the vote. Motion 278, 279, 280. All those in favour? Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Can we please ask for the Speaker of motion 299 to come to the rostrum, social policy and transport?
Motion 299, free public transport for all care experienced young people. President, Congress. Jane Hunt, South West Wales and South West Region, moving motion 299. Congress, for many, excuse me, for many young people, getting on a bus or a train is a normal part of life. It means getting to college, travelling to work, seeing friends, attending appointments, or simply staying connected to the world around them. But for too many care experienced young people, transport is not freedom, it's a barrier. When the state acts as a parent, it takes on a lifelong responsibility. Yet we know that many young people leaving care face financial hardship, instability, and isolation almost immediately after turning 18. They are expected to navigate adulthood without the safety net many others rely on. Very out of breath. A bus fare might seem small to some people, but when you're choosing between transport, food, heating, or phone credit, it becomes a real obstacle. It can mean missing education, losing employment opportunities, and becoming disconnected from support services, or simply feeling cut off from society. And the impact is even worse in rural and deprived communities, where transport is already limited and expensive. Congress, this motion is not asking for luxury, it's asking for fairness. It's asking us to recognise that equal opportunity means removing barriers, not pretending they do not exist. Free public transport would improve access to education, training, apprenticeships and employment. But it would also do something equally important. It would help young people stay connected to their communities, their support networks and their futures. If government and local authorities want to call themselves a corporate parent, then they must act like good, caring parents. A good parent does not leave their child stranded because they can't afford bus fare home. This is practical, it's achievable, and it's the right thing to do. Congress, I urge you to support this motion. I move.
Can we have the seconder, please?
Vice President, General Secretary, Congress. Finally, Rudy Lewis from the Welsh Ambulance Service branch from the glorious Wales and South West region. Second in motion 299. First time Congress, first time delegate, first time speaker. Congress, care experienced young people already face challenges most of us cannot fully imagine. Instability, disruption, and the pressure of navigating adulthood without the safety net many take for granted. The least we can do is be responsible, and a compassionate society is to remove the practical barriers that are in the way. And one of the biggest of those barriers is transport. Without affordable and reliable public transport, opportunities simply disappear. Jobs go unfilled, college places are declined, and vital support networks become harder and harder to reach for a care-experienced young person. The cost of a bus or a train ticket isn't just an inconvenience. It can be the difference between moving forward or falling backwards. This motion recognises that reality and offers a clear, practical solution. Free public transport for up to at least the age of 25. And let us be clear, this is not a luxury, it is not an optional extra, it is an investment in education, in employment, in mental health, and preventing homelessness. Congress, this is a policy rooted in equality, dignity, and opportunity. It is achievable, it is necessary, and it is right. I urge you all to support this motion. Thank you.
Well done, Rudy. Does anyone wish to oppose this motion? Can I please ask Gordon Gibbs on behalf of CEC to report back, please?
Vice President, Congress.
Gordon Gibbs, Dudley Region in the Midlands, responding on behalf of the CEC to motion 299, free public transport for all care experienced young people. The CEC is supporting this motion with a clarification. In principle, we support the intent behind the motion. We recognise the importance of removing practical barriers such as transport costs that prevent care experienced young people from accessing employment, training and opportunities. These are young people who have often faced significant disruption in their lives, and it is right that we consider how best to support them into secure futures. Our qualification is a practical one. While we support the aims of the motion, the Union has limited resources and expertise to directly deliver all the actions set out. However, where appropriate, we will use our political influence and engagement with our policymakers to raise those issues and advocate for measures that support care experienced young people. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is supporting with a clarification motion 299. And I was going to get here in Dudley, but you wouldn't have understood the word I said, would you?
Thank you, Gordon. Can I please ask for all the speakers for the Ukraine to come forward, please? Does Wales and South West Region accept the qualification on motion 299? Thank you. Can we then put that to the vote? All of you in favour of motion 299, can you please raise your hands? Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Can I call on our National President, Barbara Plant, to move the CEC statement and Dean Gilligan to second on behalf of the CEC?
Vice President, Congress. Barbara Plant, National President, moving the CEC statement on Ukraine, 4 years of war on workers. Last week, I received a message from the head teacher of a school in Pavlorad in Ukraine, which has 830 children. Due to frequent shelling and anxiety, they run their classes in an underground shelter. This head teacher told me, "Our school has been hit twice by the aggressor's shelling, and the children have suffered the most. The 5th year under constant shelling is very difficult. I see and witness how the children have changed. There is almost no laughter. The children have become silent and withdrawn. Many of them have lost interest in studying." Congress, we must continue to support Ukraine in the 4th year since Russia's brutal, illegal invasion. Because in the words of that head teacher, all Ukrainians have one dream. They want to live under a peaceful sky. We commend the UK government for giving material aid to Ukraine to defend itself for as long as it takes to secure that just, lasting peace. But we must also commend our members, some of them in this hall today, who have helped Ukraine build the humanitarian resistance it needs to keep people safe and keep going. GMB members have led the way in answering Ukrainian people's call for solidarity. We have built direct links with our Ukrainian sister unions, and our branches have raised over £6,000 in donations, which funded 3 pickup trucks of medical aid and winter supplies. Yeah. But Congress, we must stand ready to do more. As Putin's war of aggression enters its 4th year, Ukraine workers continue to face unrelenting violence. Energy workers have restored power under fire and risk of capture by Russian forces to keep people safe through harsh winters. There have been more than 15,000 civilian deaths and 41,000 injuries since Russia's war began. Systematic attacks on Ukraine's energy system have plunged towns and cities into darkness, shut schools and hospitals, and placed entire communities at risk. While we can be proud that so many Ukrainian refugees have found a safe haven in the UK, nearly 10,000 were homeless or risked homelessness. We must do more to support Ukrainians to rebuild their lives here. This statement reaffirms our unwavering solidarity with the Ukrainian people, their unions, and their right to fight for peace on their terms. It reaffirms our call for Russia's immediate withdrawal from all occupied territories in Ukraine, and it helps us to answer the call of Ukrainian unions to keep going, just as they are, until we get that just and lasting peace. Ukraine's workers are not defending their country. They are defending the democratic rights and freedoms that underpin our entire movement. So Congress, let's defend them. I move.
Good morning. Excuse the voice. Vice President, Congress, Dean Gilligan seconding this statement on behalf of the CEC. The statement makes clear that strong trade unions are needed not just for winning the war in Ukraine, but for winning the peace that must follow. Now more than ever, we must stand with Ukraine's unions so that they can stand up to the restriction of their ability to organise at work and begin the reconstruction of their nation. Congress, let's be clear. Any just peace in Ukraine is one where Ukraine keeps its territorial integrity in an agreement supported by the Ukrainian people themselves, not a backroom deal done by Trump, Putin, and their oligarchs. If that does not happen, we risk emboldening the far right across Europe. Ukraine must also have its war debt cancelled and receive the $300 billion it has been promised in funds for reconstruction. Those funds must not have strings attached that sell off Ukraine's natural resources to global corporations or restrict workers' rights. Instead, we must see the restoration of workers' rights and union freedoms in Ukraine and a socially just reconstruction which embeds collective bargaining, not privatization. Congress, let's call on our government to recognise that continued Russian occupation is not peace. And if Labour wants to make work better here in the UK, then it must support the same in Ukraine. Because it is vital that workers fighting for their country's freedom return to a country that frees the working class. And let's not have any Putin apologists. We must stand with the Ukrainian unions in solidarity. Congress, I second. Ukraine.
Thank you, Dean. Can we have the Speaker for London Region, please?
Dean. Congress, Ali Blundell, speaking on behalf of London Region. Just to give you a backstory why I was asked to do this, Christmas and New Year last year, I was in the Ukraine. I visited Lviv, Dnipro and Kiev. And in my own spare time, I work in the orphanage for in Kiev. So I've seen some of the things that Barbara was highlighting. Anyway, let's get to what I've got to say for the region. We welcome the statement on the Ukraine because it reflects the key concerns raised by our branches while reaffirming our solidarity with the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian trade union movements. 4 years into this devastating war, people continue to pay the highest price as they do in all wars. Thousands have lost their lives, millions have been displaced, workers continue to keep the essential services running under difficult circumstances we could ever imagine. We support the call for peace, end the conflict based on the wishes of the Ukrainian people. themselves alongside social just reconstruction and strengths workers' rights and trade unions' ability to organise. We also welcome the fact that the CEC statement concerns about the growth of extremist and anti-democratic forces that can emerge during the periods of war and instability. As trade unionists, we must always be vigilant, defending democracy, equality and workers' interests wherever they may be and threatened. This statement strikes the right balance and it condemns the aggression, supports Ukrainian workers and unions, recognises the need for peace, commitment from our unions to continue practical solidarity. In the GMB London, we are proud to have taken a delegation to Kiev, received Ukrainian trade union delegates in London, to have supported the Ukrainian workers and branch donation fundraisers, aid convoys. We remain bound by our shared beliefs and common humanity. Congress, it's the responsibility to stand with working people, support democratic values, work for lasting peace, and delivers security and justice for ordinary people currently surviving in extraordinarily difficult circumstances. For those reasons, we support the CEC statement, and Congress, we urge you to do the same. I thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Can we have the Speaker for Midlands Region, please?
Thank you, Congress. Bradley Wall speaking on behalf of the Mighty Midlands region. So just to set the scene, a couple of months before Putin started to amass his war machine on the Ukrainian border for that training exercise that was never going to be an invasion, I was in Kyiv and I was with some friends, and we managed to, as I normally do, go out with a bunch of locals. And during that night out in a bar called Drunken Cherry, if anybody's ever gets to go to Kyiv, recommend it. It's very, very good liquor. But they said how afraid they were that they were going to be invaded. This is before any tanks started to amass, and I did not believe them. I just thought there's no way in today's era a full-scale invasion in Europe would happen. And it did. And now all of these things link together. So there is a reason Tommy Robinson is not currently off protesting in Belfast, and that's because he's currently with Elon Musk's dad in Russia. That's the reason he's not there. He's getting his orders and he's getting his paycheck. So I think our support for Ukraine comes down to just two things, really. One is, what kind of world do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a world and leave a world to our next generation where the strong, the rich, the mighty do what they like while we all just sit back? No, I don't think we do. Do we want a world where the Trumps, the Putins, the Netanyahus carve up countries, killing innocent people? No, I don't. But I also think it boils down to the basics of solidarity. We are trade unionists. Solidarity is what we do. We stand with the weak, we stand with the oppressed, and we stand up to bullies. So please, conference, please support this motion, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Bradley. Can we have the Speaker for North East Yorkshire and Humber, please?
President, Vice President, Congress, Sarah Young, supporting the special report on behalf of North East Yorkshire and Humber region. In 2022, Zelensky said, "I need ammunition, not a ride." Those words made me sit up and listen. That one man could stand proud in front of his country and not run in the face of adversity fully captured my attention. 4 years on, he still stands strong, but the cost to Ukraine is devastating. Hundreds of thousands of lives lost, disappearing people, thousands of child abductions. It's my belief Putin will not be happy until the whole of Ukraine is destroyed. If he can't have it, no one can. I fear that some of the darkest moments of history are repeating themselves. Like many across my region, I am passionate about standing up for Ukraine. And throughout the war, I am proud that GMB has maintained its calls to oppose military aggression and stand by our sister trade unions. With their rights under threat by far-right aggressors, it has never been more important that we offer practical solidarity. As Zelensky is bullied by the Tango Man and his Oompa-Loompas, we must come together to fight for better. This matters to us all. My 97-year-old neighbour, Anne, escaped Treblinka when she was 14. She tells me regularly that she fears it's all starting again. She sees history repeating itself. She sees more and more far-right rhetoric on the TV, in the papers, and in the streets. We must keep Ukraine in our minds, because if we don't keep their fight at the top of the news agenda, we will be in effect contributing to Putin's continued push. And let's be honest, he won't stop at the next border he comes across. No, he'll march across Europe in a never-ending push for domination. Congress, international solidarity has always been at the heart of our movement. In a dangerous world, we must ensure it remains so. Please support the report. Slav Ukraine.
Thank you, Sarah. Can we have the Speaker for North Western Irish, please?
Joe Pitchford, North Western Irish Region, speaking in support of the CEC statement. Congress, this statement on Ukraine after 4 years of war really, really matters, and our North Western Irish region welcomes it. Our region has always been a place of safety for people coming into the country, and we're proud to have already existing groups of Ukrainian people who've made our region their home for decades. We should be really proud that the way ordinary people can come together during this time and make a difference. In my hometown, communities backed an appeal for nappies, and it's really, really difficult as a new grandmother to think that mothers don't have nappies for their babies. They can't access baby milk. They can't get the things that they need because Putin's war is controlling everything and limiting access. So, in my hometown, communities backed an appeal for nappies and sent over 10,000. It was organised by the local Ukrainian church, and it shows the power of people organising with compassion and exactly the kind of spirit we will need to bring to our commitment to peace in Ukraine and rebuilding when the war ends. Respect also to the branches who contributed to the Ukraine Windsor appeal and continue support appeals for medical supplies. Because this is about much more than one conflict. It's about standing up for democracy, for workers' rights, and against the far right, wherever it appears. It's about showing that our movement is strong enough to offer hope, support, and practical solidarity. Please support.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the Speaker for Scotland, please?
President, Congress, Michael Davidson, GMB Scotland, speaking in support of the CEC statement on Ukraine. Congress, GMB Scotland wholeheartedly supports this statement. For us in Scotland, this war does not feel so distant. 30,000 people have arrived through the Homes for Ukraine with a Scottish sponsor location. But behind every number is a person, a woman trying to find secure work, a child trying to settle into a new school, a family trying to find a new home, and a worker trying to rebuild their life with dignity. I am pleased by the statement's recognition that many refugees have found employment, education or training opportunities since they've arrived in the UK, But for too many, they still face barriers to employment and housing, particularly women. Where Ukrainian refugees are workers, they must know that they have rights. They must know that they can join a union. They must know that exploitation, insecurity and poor treatment are not the price of safety. GMB Scotland have been proud to support the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign Scotland. We're proud to march with them, alongside other trade unions, at the May Day March in Glasgow this year, standing for workers' unity and internationalism. That matters because this war is not only a national struggle, it is a working-class struggle against brutal imperialism. Ukrainian workers are keeping their country running under conditions most of us can barely imagine. Energy workers restore power under fire. Healthcare workers keep services going through bombardment and displacement. Miners, rail workers, teachers and public service workers continue to work while their homes, workplaces and families are under Russian attack. Ukrainian trade unions have said clearly that their members, our brothers and sisters, are fighting for life, for the right to work and for peace. In the first 3 months of this year alone, Ukrainian unions reported civilians killed and injured in their thousands and workers killed and injured in their workplaces. That should outrage every single trade unionist in this hall. And it is why we agree with the need for continued material support to Ukraine for as long as it takes. Our movement didn't abandon Spain in the 30s. We cannot abandon Ukraine in the 2020s. Ukraine's war quite right. Ukraine's war effort and reconstruction cannot become an excuse for deregulation, privatisation or the attacks on collective bargaining. Workers who have bravely defended their country should not be asked to return to jobs where their rights are weakened and unions are pushed aside. Any peace must defend Ukraine's freedom and territorial integrity. It must support refugees, it must reject the far right, and it must put trade unions, public services at the heart of reconstruction. A just peace must be a workers' peace. So Congress, let me just quickly say to all Ukrainians and ordinary Russians who yearn for peace and freedom, GMB Scotland stands up to be counted. We are with you. We stand with Ukrainian workers. We stand with those falsely imprisoned by Putin's regime. And we stand with Ukrainian refugees in our communities in Scotland. Support the CEC statement.
Thank you, Michael. Can we have the Speaker for Southern Region, please? Thank you, Southern. Can I have the Speaker for Wales and South West, please?
President Congress, Yvonne Ely, Wales and South West Region. Congress, for 4 years ago, on the 24th of February 2022, Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Today, as we mark that anniversary, we do so with heavy hearts, but also with an unwavering resolve. We stand in full solidarity with Ukraine people and the trade unions. We continue to show extraordinary courage in the face of devastation and hardship. This war has settled into a brutal stalemate, marked by relentless attacks on civilian and infrastructure. Millions have been displaced, communities shattered, and yet Ukraine endures. Peace cannot be imposed from the outside. Any lasting settlement must be respected. You must respect Ukraine's sovereignty and be supported by its people. Anything less risks instability, injustice, and the further rise of authoritarian and far-right political across Europe and beyond. This report highlights the Ukraine's working class and borne the heaviest burden. Energy workers restoring power under bombardment, healthcare and public service workers keeping systems running under an unimaginable strain. Miners, engineers and teachers continue their work while their country is under siege. Meanwhile, in occupied territories, we see the suppression of trade unions, forced labour, and a serious human rights abuse. These are clearly violation of international law and must continue to be challenged. Here in the UK, over 200,000 Ukrainians have sought refuge, most of them women and children. Many have rebuilt their lives and contributed to our economy, but serious challenges remain. Barriers to employment, lack of housing, and thousands at risk of homelessness. This is a call to action. A trade unionist, we must ensure Ukrainian workers are supported, organised, and given a voice through union membership and solidarity. Because solidarity is not a word, it is action, GMB members and branches have raised funds and delivered humanity aid, supplied medical equipment, supported energy and miner workers, built partnerships with Ukraine unions. Through incentive like the Winter Appeal, we have delivered life-saving support where it is needed most. This is trade unionism. It is best practical and international and principle, but solidarity also means honesty. Even as Ukraine fights for survival, there are concerns about labour reforms that weaken protection and bypass collective bargaining. We must be clear workers defending the country deserve to return to one of the respect their rights. Reconstruction can be built on erosion of labour standards. Looking ahead, Ukraine faces an enormous challenge, economic strain, heavy debts and pressure for privatisation.
Sorry, Yvonne, can you please wrap up, please?
Oh, right. I support.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you to all the regions for their contributions. Can I now take the vote on this statement, please? All those in favour? Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Not for a statement, unfortunately. Sorry.
Thank you, Sonia. We now move into the final motions of Congress. So can I have movers and seconders of emergency motion 3, 300, 302, 301, composite 4 and 305. And just while they're getting themselves ready, can I announce that Gavin Dudley from London Region won the North West and Irish raffle. So well done, Gavin. Can I have the mover of emergency motion 3, please?
Joe Pitchford, North Western Irish Region, emergency motion 3, hands off Cuba. We are witnessing a dangerous escalation of US aggression against Cuba. The executive orders issued in January and May 2026 go far beyond previous measures. They're targeting Cuba's energy, finance, and essential industries while threatening any country or organisation that dares to trade with them. This is not diplomacy. It is economic warfare. And let us be clear, Cuba is not a threat. It's a nation that has committed itself to peace, a signatory to the Latin American Zone of Peace and a guarantor of the Colombian Peace Agreement. Yet, it's been treated as an enemy to justify further intervention. The consequences are devastating. We are not talking about abstract policy, we're talking about people. Infant mortality has surged. Hospitals are struggling without medicines and equipment. Families face blackouts, food shortages, and a lack of clean water. These sanctions are not hurting a government. This is a collective punishment of the Cuban people. For 66 years, this illegal blockade has been condemned by the international community, including the UK. Yet it continues, and now it is intensifying. As trade unionists, we cannot stand by. Solidarity is not just a word, it is action. And that is why this motion matters. We must condemn these sanctions. We must call on our government to defend Cuba's sovereignty, and oppose foreign intervention, and we must act by supporting the Cuba Solidarity campaign, contributing to the Cuba Viva appeal and mobilising our members. Because when workers anywhere are under attack, workers everywhere have a duty to respond. Hands off Cuba.
Thank you, Joe. Seconder.
Thank you. President Congress, Graham Forshaw from the North Western Irish region, first time speaker. Congress, I'm proud to second this motion. It speaks to a humanitarian crisis caused by the blockade and the latest Trump sanctions. Sorry, that word Trump sticks in your throat a bit, but we go on. These are not some abstract policy dispute, but it's a direct assault on ordinary Cuban people's daily lives. We're talking about power blackouts, shortages of fuel, food and water. Medicines and medical equipment also. And at this stage, an increase of 148% in infant mortality. We should be also clear that when the fuel is cut off, the damage reaches every corner of society. Even basic services we all take for granted, like refuse cleaners, that could come to a halt, apologies, with rubbish building up on the streets and creating serious public health risks. This is why Congress's motion matters. It's about solidarity, self-determination and rejecting collective punishment of a civilian population. It's also about building on existing GMB actions and urging the UK government to stand on the side of humanity and not escalation. I second this motion. Thank you.
Well done, Graham. Like I say, it's not easy waiting this long to make your first speech, but I make you the 7th first-time speaker this morning. Does anybody wish to speak in opposition to this emergency motion? No? Then can I ask Dave Flanagan from the CEC, please?
Good morning, Congress. I thought I felt rough this morning until Dean got up, so I'm feeling all right. Can I also say, if the President would indulge me just for a second, a big thank you to the North Western Irish region and all our guests last night for the do. We had a great night. And a big thank you to Paul Richards Jr. for DJing last night, who did an amazing job as well. So, solidarity was shown in abundance. I'd also like to acknowledge that I'm currently running on caffeine regret and sheer power of democratic commitment. And my liver's just filed for a formal grievance. President Congress, Dave Flanagan, responding on behalf of the CEC to Emergency Motion 3. The CEC is supporting this motion, which raises our union's long-standing policy in solidarity with Cuba, reaffirmed at Congress last year. Our small qualification is that GMB has recently taken some of the action this motion calls for. GMB has signed a joint UK Trade Union General Secretary statement that opposes Trump's aggression against Cuba and calls on the UK government to oppose all attempts at foreign intervention against Cuba and demand an end to the US blockade and economic sanctions. We will action the remaining calls of this motion so that we continue to stand with Cuba and its trade union movement at this moment of dangerous escalation by the United States. Congress, please support Emergency Motion 3 with the qualifications set out. Solidarity, Cuba.
Thank you, Dave. Does North Western Irish region accept the qualification on Emergency Motion 3? Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Congress, we will now play our final solidarity video message from from our sister trade union in Cuba, the National Union of Energy and Mining Workers. What a lovely video and message. If you went to the Latin America Fringe event, you'll know how grim the situation is in Cuba. And obviously that showed you on that video, but international solidarity is so important. We'll move on now to our motions relating to international. Could I have the mover of motion 300, please?
Madam President and all the other lovely people at the top table. President, Congress, GMB Scotland is moving motion 300, solidarity with the nurses in the USA. Congress, nursing is a profession, but it's also a vocation. It is skilled work, it's responsible work, and it is work built on training, judgment, compassion, clinical knowledge and public trust, which makes it a privilege. No government should ever need to be reminded of that. But in the United States, nurses are having to fight that decision that excludes them from the definition of a professional degree programme for federal gadget loan purposes. That may sound technical, but the consequences are not technical for the workers affected. Its risk makes advanced nursing education harder to access, more expensive to fund and less available to the workforce health service depend on. Congress, that is an insult to nursing. At a time when the health services across the world are under pressure, when staffing shortages are already damaging patient care and when nurses are being asked to carry out more and more responsibility, this is exactly the wrong direction. Nurses are not peripheral to healthcare, they are central to it. They assess patients, administer medicines, manage risk, support families, coordinate care, respond to emergencies and hold services together under enormous pressure. In every health system, including our own, nurses are often the people who see the gaps first, carry the strain longest and keep going when the system around them is stretched beyond reason. In Congress, this is not only about status, it's about access. If advanced nursing education becomes harder to fund, then fewer people will be able to take that route. That will affect working class students, students from poorer backgrounds, rural communities and health services already struggling to recruit and retain the staff they need. It will make it harder to train nurse practitioners, nurse educators, clinical specialists and future leaders in healthcare. That weakens the workforce, that weakens patient care, and it sends the wrong message to nurses who have already given so much. The American Nurses Association has warned that excluding nursing from professional degree classification will restrict access to the advanced nursing education. That is why nursing and nursing organisations in the United States are right to fight back. Congress, as trade unionists, we understand that professional recognition and workplace respect are not luxuries. They affect pay, they affect status, they affect recruitment. They affect whether workers are valued or treated as a cost to be contained. So when nurses in the United States say this decision devalues their profession, we should stand with them. This motion asks GMB to send a message of solidarity to nurses in the USA and to the trade unions fighting alongside them. That is the right thing to do, because an attack on the status of nursing in one country should concern nurses, health workers and trade unionists everywhere. Congress, nurses deserve recognition, they deserve respect, and wherever they are fighting for fairness, they deserve our solidarity. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Elsie. Seconder? Formally. Thank you. Mover of motion 302, please.
President, Congress, Mohammed Ali, London Region. This is my last one, I promise. Motion 302, solidarity with trade unionists in Greenland. Congress, I'm going to keep this brief. We have, in this tidal wave of imperialism and war sweeping our planet at the moment, from Ukraine to Palestine to Sudan, we have so many causes that we need to express solidarity for, and we might often forget that just a few months ago the President of the US was openly declaring his intent to take over Greenland by military force. We need to stand in solidarity with trade unionists from Greenland and with the people of Greenland, and ensure that they know that we're behind them, we're backing them, and we will not allow our brothers and sisters to be intimidated or become collateral damage in the geopolitical game playing of world leaders. Thank you. I move.
Thank you, Mohammed. And seconder, please.
President, Congress, Dave Levy seconding motion 302, solidarity with trade unionists in Greenland. The GMB, like the entire trade union movement, has always stood on the principle that solidarity knows no borders. We are internationalists because we recognise the struggles of workers in one country are the struggles of workers everywhere. It remains true that an injury to one is an injury to all, and today that principle calls on us to stand with the people of Greenland. It's a nation with a proud history and a right to determine its own future. It faces sustained and unwarranted pressure from one of its neighbours. I think you know who I'm talking about. This is not just an attack on Greenland's sovereignty, it's an attack on the very idea that people should have the right to shape their own destiny. If we allow this to go unchallenged, we set a dangerous precedent for workers and nations everywhere. This Congress must send a clear message. We stand with Greenland, we stand with its people, its workers and its trade unionists. We will not tolerate bullying or coercion. We will not turn our backs on those who need our help. Please support this motion. I second.
Thank you, Dave. Does anybody wish to speak in opposition to either of those motions? No. The CEC is supporting both 300 and 302, so I'll put those to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're both carried. Could I have the move of motion 301, please?
Morning again. Madam President, Vice President, Gary, Congress. Maria Charles, Southern Region, proposing motion 301, opposing imperialism and standing for international solidarity. The world is a dangerous and unstable place. There couldn't be a more important time for us to be debating this motion. International conflict is destroying the lives of working people in many parts of the world. Military intervention by Western powers consistently makes the lives of citizens worse. Not only that, but when the UK engages in this action, it damages public finances and impacts public services. This motion calls for the UK government to not blindly back international wars for the sake of propping up the USA and others. It calls on the UK government to condemn illegal and oppressive actions by any country, including the USA, and to support diplomacy and peace instead. International solidarity means standing with workers and communities across the world, not with powerful states or military interests. Congress, I move. And we also, before I step down, just to ask for affiliation to Colombia. Let us not forget Colombia as well in our solidarity.
Thank you, Maria. I was going to say, I wonder who gave you that leaflet, but no, she didn't. Can I have the seconder, please?
President, Vice President, General Secretary, Congress. John Gray, Southern Region, seconding motion 301. Congress, the trade union movement has always been proudly internationalist. The trade union movement has always stood up for the weak against the strong, the bullied against the bullies. We've all seen the news over the last few months. The old international order of things is falling apart. And there was a lot that wasn't great about that old order, but at least it was relatively predictable. Congress, we're moving into a new global situation of unpredictability, of carelessness and stupidity, and might makes right. And it's dangerous, and it will impact all of us. Congress, I urge you to re-emphasize our union's commitment to international solidarity. Congress, I second this motion.
Thank you, John. Well done. Could I have the mover of Composite 14? I think that's GMB Scotland to move, and then London to second.
Congress. Margaret Boyd, GMB Scotland, is seeking to support in solidarity with the people of Venezuela. Not because I'm here to defend any government, and not because I'm here to pick fights on foreign soil. I'm here because trade unionism has the simple sacred duty to oppose the collective punishment of working people anywhere. Right now, that's exactly what's happening in Venezuela. The United States, backed by our own UK government, has imposed a brutal regime of unilateral sanctions and economic blockade. These aren't targeted measures. They are designed to cripple an entire economy, to cause shortage of food, medicine, and baby formula. The UN's own expert has called them a violation of international law and human rights. Comrades, ask yourselves, if sanctions were imposed in Britain tomorrow and our hospitals couldn't get insulin, our children couldn't get milk, would we call that justice, or would we call it war by other means? Now, some will say, but what about the Venezuelan government? Let's be clear. You don't have to support a government to oppose starving its people. We didn't support Saddam Hussein, but we opposed sanctions on Iraq that killed 500,000 children. That's who we are. That's the Labour movement. This motion doesn't ask us to agree on everything. It asks us to do these three practical things. Comrades, the GMB has stood with Chile, with South Africa, with Cuba. We didn't look away then. We shouldn't look away now. Venezuelan workers are our brothers and sisters. They are oil workers, nurses, teachers, bus drivers, just like us. And right now they are begging the world not for ideology, not for flags, but for medicine, for the right to live without foreign punishment. Don't let them beg alone. And just seeing we're on an international note, I would like to wish England team in America the best of luck, good luck, and to Scotland, well done, no matter what happens. be proud, and please support both teams and Composite 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Could I have the seconder, please?
Congress, Beverley Gunning, seconder of Composite 14, Venezuela and the US illegal intervention. Congress, I rise to speak on Venezuela and on the wider issue of foreign intervention and its impact on working people. Because, Congress, wherever we stand politically, one principle must guide us as trade unionists. Working people must never be made to pay the price of political conflict at home or abroad. From my personal perspective, I have family in Venezuela. I don't know if they're dead or alive. The current PM in Trinidad and Tobago, in my opinion, is saying, yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full, sir, to he, President of the USA, who I cannot say his name in case I'm sick, so let's use his initials, DT. If you go to the edge of the capital port of Spain, instead of seeing the island of Venezuela, there's a USA warship blocking the view. I recently heard 2 Trinidad and Tobago fishermen returning from their workplace in Venezuela by boat being blown up and killed. The family of 1 fisherman are suing the USA administration for unlawful killing. I wonder how many other lawsuits are pending. Venezuelans cannot work in Trinidad and Tobago, and those who were working there have been sent home. Venezuela has endured years of deep crisis, economic collapse, political division, and widespread poverty. Ordinary people have faced challenges, collapsed wages, and breakdown of essential services. Millions have left the country in search of dignity and stability. And as always, it's the workers who suffer the hardest. But Congress, we must recognize the role international pressure has played. The USA government has for years now stated we run the country. So we believe in the call of the US to get out of Venezuela, national sovereignty where people determine their future, releasing political prisoners, and peaceful political solutions, not external pressure or cohesion, and respect for trade union rights and democracy. Because of us, solidarity is not a slogan, it's a commitment. An injury to one is an injury to all. Thank you, Congress. Put me on for the last one. Thank you, top table.
Thank you, Bev. Mover of motion 305, please.
Hello, everyone. So I am going to keep this brief because we've all wanted to go home. So if you could also keep your speech brief, Gary, that would be great. Having said that, having said that, before I do start my speech, I hope you will give me just a few seconds just to express my admiration for everyone who's spoken over the last few days. But especially to all the first-time speakers, because it isn't easy to get up here and speak. And as part of that, I want to extend a special mention to my seconder, who has waited the entirety of Congress through all 4 days before he's going to literally make the last speech of Congress. That's a lot of pressure to put on anyone, so I want to just give him thanks for that. So, on to my speech so we can get on with this and we can all go home. So, I am here to move a motion on the compliance of international law on the high seas. Now, whilst it is about the high seas, there's not going to be any involvement of buried treasure, and the only pirates are the ones on the prom. So, what does it mean? It means that we want to support a clear and unshakable principle that the UK Navy and all state forces must comply with international law wherever they operate. Military power must never be deployed where the law does not permit it. That's not a weakness, it's exactly what a lawful, democratic society must do. At its core, this is a fundamental question of rights, accountability, and the rule of law. The high seas are not a blank check for military overreach or the pursuit of oil. Under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, the rules are unambiguous. The default is that ships on the high seas fall strictly under the jurisdiction of their flag state. There are exceptions, but boarding a vessel is only permitted under narrow, clearly defined circumstances, such as tackling piracy or intercepting stateless vessels. The ultimate mandate from the UN explicitly states that the high seas are reserved for peaceful purposes. Therefore, whenever the UK Navy stops, boards or seizes a ship, there must be an ironclad legal basis, absolute transparency and strict respect for international law. While ministers have defended recent UK-backed maritime operations as lawful, legal experts tell us a different story. They warn that the government's legal positioning is highly debatable and dangerously dependent on a convenient interpretation of the facts. This is precisely why we need a restraint, proper scrutiny and a definitive end to military overreach. As trade unionists, we all understand a fundamental truth, that power without rules will always lead to abuse. We know firsthand that rights mean absolutely nothing if they are not enforced, supported and respected. The exact same principles apply at sea as on land. The UK cannot demand that other nations respect that international law if it's willing to bend and circumvent these same rules for itself. Congress, holding our government to the highest legal standard is not a weakness. It's the very definition of a civilised, fair and democratic society. Therefore, I urge you to support this motion that I moved.
Thank you, Melissa. And now we do have the last delegate speaker of the day. Welcome.
Thank you. President, Congress, Dylan Marshall, North Western Irish region. First time speaker, last one of Congress. What a week, come on. Second in motion 305. This motion speaks to a important principle that military power should operate within the law and that accountability matters. As trade unionists, we believe standards and rules must apply equally and consistently, so I am pleased to second this motion and urge Congress to support. Thank you.
Well done, Dylan. Well done. Good way to end Congress. Anybody want to speak in opposition, though? No? Can I ask the CEC Speaker, Simon Day, to respond?
President, Congress, Simon Day, Midlands Region, speaking on behalf of the CEC in response to motion 301, composite 14 and 305. I just, before I do that, very quickly want to say, and I've wanted to say all week, let me be clear, so this gives me an opportunity to say that, doesn't it? I'm proud this morning, and I want to be clear about that because I have heard you guys in the room, these guys at the top table, commit again to international solidarity. Phrases like, an injury to one is an injury to all, across our nations, really important. It makes me really proud to be a trade unionist committed to this union because that is a statement that we make. So thank you very much for confirming that. So the CSC is supporting all of these motions with a qualification, just a tiny qualification, and they are that on motion 301, there may be circumstances in which international sanctions are appropriate, but sanctions must remain carefully targeted and must not come at the expense or the deterrent of ordinary working people. On composite 14, the CEC is supporting with the qualification as GMB stands in solidarity with the people defending their right to determine their own political and economic future, free from any foreign interference. We support the intent of composite 14, but the actions it calls for will require further consideration based on existing resources. Further work will also be required to identify the political voices in Venezuela that the motion calls on us to support, and any engagement must be consistent with GMB's values and policy. The CEC supports motion 305 with the qualification, that is, we support the central principle of this motion that the UK must comply with international law. However, our qualification is that the seizure of vessels in international waters is not automatically a breach of international law. The case which the motion raises is complex, and reports suggest that the vessels may have been classified as stateless, which may not enjoy the full protections afforded under international law. It is important that our policy reflects these legal nuances. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is supporting with qualifications as outlined Motion 301, Composite 14, and Motion 305. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. I'm going to ask these questions with my fingers crossed. Does Southern accept the qualification on 301? Does Scotland and London accept the qualification on Composite 14? And does North West and Irish accept the qualification on 305? Thank you. I can put them all to the vote. The last one of Congress. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. That is the end of the motions. I would now like to invite Kevin Jones from Wales and South West Region to move the omnibus vote of thanks.
President, Vice President, Congress, General Secretary, Kevin Jones, on behalf of the Wales and South West Region, moving the omnibus vote of thanks. It's a real honour to have been nominated by the Wales and South West Region to deliver this year's omnibus vote of thanks on behalf of the CEC. I was told it would be a quick speech, which in union means times anything under 20 minutes, so I'll do my best to do that. Now, Congress, how good has it been to be back in Blackpool? Since first time since 2009. We come back in style in one of Blackpool's absolute crown jewels, the Winter Gardens. This place has everything, history, character, and the kind of atmosphere that makes you stand a little taller the moment you walk in. And then there's the Empress Ballroom. Honestly, this place is incredible. It's like stepping back in time in a good way. You can almost picture the generations before us dancing, celebrating, possibly making decisions just as passionately as we have this week, although maybe with slightly better dance moves. And this week, we've added our own chapter to that history in GMB style. Congress, we've been busy. We've taken decisions that will shape the future of our union, from AI to automation to anti-fascism to how we run our own union, which, let's be honest, always gets the most enthusiastic debate. We've heard powerful speeches, especially from first-time delegates, who I have to say made it look far too easy, and we've seen through our campaign videos that this union is not standing still. We're growing, we're organising, and we're taking action. We've updated the rulebook, always a crowd pleaser, passed special reports and statements, and of course, you heard from some truly inspiring guest speakers. Figal Sharkey, John Healy MP, Margaret Aspinall, Sue Roberts, just to name a few. Margaret and Sue reminding us what real strength looks like, turning personal grief into fight for justice that lasts decades. That's not just resilience, that's determination on another level. Congratulations as well to this year's winners, Gemma Williamson, Alexander Finley, and the PPE Fit for All campaign team, and Patrick Timpson. Absolutely deserved, and a reminder that behind every award, there's a lot of hard graft, and probably a few late nights. Now, before we get into the thank yous and apologies in advance, because I may miss somebody, it is not personal, it's just that I have a list longer than some of our debates this week. First of all, thank you to the delegates. You've not just turned up, you've spoken up, you've debated, challenged, and shaped the decisions of this Congress. That's what unity democracy looks like. A huge thank you to our National Office staff, Gary Shipthorpe, Shanita Gilani, and pulling the whole thing together. Pulling this together is no small task. It's part of logistics, part diplomacy, and part miracle. To Ross Holden, Anna Barnes, Cassie Farmer, and the research and policy team, thank you for keeping the top table on track, producing reports that somehow manage to be both detailed, readable, not an easy feat. To the Congress staff, Pat Gannon, Lauren Tinney, and yes, I've heard about the famous building tour, Lacey Smith, Kieran O'Neill, Melanie Bartlett, and our first-time Congress team, Simone Beaumont, Erin Niven, Billy Irvin, Priya Chateau, Rose Maltoteos, and Rian Patel. You've all been you've been brilliant. And a very big thank you and a big shout out to Kevin Panton, 60 years with the GMB. 6 years, Kevin, at this point. And more of a national treasure. The rest of us are still trying to keep up, and frankly, it's not going too well. Steve, not too short. Great to see him back here and looking after the exhibitions upstairs. And thank you also to Callum Smith, John Gibson, and Sam Marshall. And also the unseen staff working behind the scenes, not just this week, but all year, to keep the union running, even if we don't always see them. And we appreciate that. Thank you to Andrew Wyatt, the official photographer, interpreting matters, Kate and Alison and Joanne, nipper about the crash team, Steve Kenny and you to events, because without you, we'd either not understand each other, not hear each other, or not even have chairs to sit on. Thank you very much for that. To the fantastic team here in the Winter Gardens, Anu, Martina, Val, Rosie, and the crew, plus Julia Vincent, Rebecca Thompson, and the stewards, the security staff, catering, first aid staff, thank you all for looking after us so well this week. A special mention goes to Tusa Singh and Karen Dudley and the Standing Orders Committee who spent this week hidden away in some kind of procedural bunker, keeping everything running exactly as it should. Thank you to the regional staff, regional secretaries, regional delegation leads. You've kept everything ticking along, and Ruth, my regional secretary, made sure that we had plenty of sweets on the table at the back. To Barbara, another brilliantly chaired Congress, and to Sonia Davis, our Vice President, a huge success as Vice President. And to the General Secretary, Gary, thank you for all what you do for the Union. And finally, Congress, more importantly, thank you, the members, right across the Union, for your participation this week. Because at the end of the day, you are the Union, always have been, always will be. Your voices, your actions, your determination, the drive, everything we do. Without you, none of that exists. So thank you, travel home safely, and keep up the fight. Sorry at you all. Thank you on behalf of the Wales South West region. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And I would now like to invite the General Secretary to the rostrum to give his short closing address.
Thanks for that, Melissa. I got the names of everybody who clapped. You'll not be here next year. Enjoy Alaska. Where's Ada? Where's Ada Clemo? Is she here? Ada, could you make your way up the front, please? Colleagues, I do have to just echo a few of the thanks that Kevin has already read out on behalf of myself and all the top team. For all the conference staff here, I just want to say thank you so much for your patience and looking after us, making sure we had access to the hall. You have absolutely gone above and beyond and been some of the best conference venue staff I've ever worked with. So thank you so much. In terms of accessibility and inclusivity, we've had Steve and Gary for you two events. We've had Nip about the creche providers. You've been fantastic and been flexible with us as well. Interpreting matters, thank you to the whole team for all your work, and to Mary, who does the verbatim shorthand typist. Thank you for everything you've done for us this week. And I do need to pay tribute to the Standing Orders team as well. In terms of the CEC observers to Standing Orders, I just want to tip London region off that John Colbert is trying to resign. You need to rope him back in again for next year, though. That resignation's been declined already, I think. And to Shar, I know it was your first Congress, who works with me at National Office, great part of the team. This year, I think you've managed to accept more emergency motions than we have done in the past 10 years. But anyway, to you and Karen, a huge, huge thank you. You're a great part of the team. To the tellers and general member auditors, thank you again. Karen Smith, who works with me at the NEU. Karen, always great to have you here. Kevin and Jane, as part of the general member auditors, I know you've been re-elected, but Stephen, you'll be standing down this year. It's an important part of the democracy and the running of the Congress, so you're amongst those many unsung heroes of Congress. So thank you very much, and in particular, Stephen, we're very grateful for your efforts and work. To some of my favourites, I've got to say, my countrymen over there who do the stewarding, they're familiar faces every year. Ian, Willie and Carl and Sam, I'll see you when I get back up the road at the Bull Inn. You can buy me a couple of pints, pal. It's great to have you here. Gary and all the team, we work with you every year. Just please pass on our thanks to the whole team who do all the setup here at Congress. Much appreciated. You're so tolerant and patient with us, and you always go above and beyond. Thank you very much, mate. And, you know, I do want to say to all the people I work with in National Office, we operate this Congress really on a shoestring. I know what other unions do. They've got whole armies of people who work the whole year. This is dependent on a small team of people who just make things happen. And you know, this Congress finishes, we'll have about 6 weeks off, and people start cranking up for Congress again. You cannot believe the work they do. So I do want to pay tribute to Ross, Anna and Cassie, who are here this week. And I know I annoy you in my great ideas and my amendments, but you're so patient. And John Callow, who's not here with us, John, we send you all our very best, brother, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Sangeeta and Gavin, another incredibly patient and tolerant couple of people who are somewhere in the room. You're absolutely outstanding, and I'll see you when we get back to London, but thank you very, very much for what you're doing. And apologies if I do miss anybody, but the National Office, we've had a whole number of new faces for National Office this year. What a fantastic team of comrades you have been for us. Pat will be retiring. We are going to miss you so much, Pat. The chance to speak to you the other night. But to the rest of the team as well, Lauren, Lacey, Simone, Erin, I know that's your first time here, Billy, Priya, Rosemary, Mel, Dan, Kieran, Rihanna, thank you so very, very much. Sam and John in IT, as I say, I'll see you as well when we get back to the NEU. And Kevin Panton, who's done 60 years service with the GMB. Kevin, don't forget my bag. Make sure he gets back to London for me, mate. I hope I've said a huge thanks to everybody. Finally, my great old standing friend and colleague, Mark Betteridge, and the comms team. You've worked so hard in the run-up to Congress, and I don't know how many press releases John Parker Dean and the comms team have pumped out. Well done. We've had some incredible coverage. Emma Bain, you're such an important part of the team, but thank you as well for the eye drops you gave me this week. They have worked. They're fantastic. Andrew as well, you've been with us forever, mate. We're always so grateful for what you do, and it's great to see you. Kevin Walker and the full Spectrum team for delivering all the outputs that we've got. Really, really appreciate your efforts. And I do want to say, I never say this about him, but Scott Rogers, I think this is one of the best hauls that we've had. Scott, I know how much you put into this. Thank you very much, pal. Brilliant. And to all those who I've forgot to mention, I promise you I'll buy you a drink when we get back to the ranches by way of apology. Melissa, I am going to try and keep this short. I mean that. Look, the week is a pretty long week. You know, but everybody will be feeling a bit tired today, but particularly Dean. What a stay you got him in. He says he looks okay on the outside. He said inside, I am utterly destroyed. To be honest, and I think we're all feeling a bit tired. But tomorrow, I will be boarding a plane to Boston. I feel very blessed to do that. Go and see Scotland win the first ever World Cup. I'll be on my way. And amongst the tiredness, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I absolutely feel energised, and I'm energised by everything I've heard this week. Your stories, your campaigns, the fantastic leadership that you are displaying every day in workplaces at the length and breadth of this country. And your contributions, what they tell us, is that this is a better, stronger union. You've supported difficult changes we've made in this union over the past number of years, and we've got a long way to go, I know. But those changes have made us better. You've pulled together, you've campaigned together, and we have won together to make work better. And it's truly, truly inspiring. And just briefly looking ahead, there's going to be a lot of noise about politics. John Healey has resigned today. Some of you will have seen that. Well, let me just be clear, and I mean this as we leave here. Politics for us is not and never again will be an obsession for this union. Politics is a means to an end for us and nothing else. And I say this to the Labour government. I will remind Labour politicians that the Employment Rights Act will be delivered, including the rights over access and our ability to organise. We are not going to tolerate pushback and prevarication in the face of the business lobby. I want to see procurement supporting jobs here in the UK. You've heard from our fantastic defence and manufacturing members today. I want to see thousands of more apprenticeships, and I want to see other communities coming back to life, supported by government purchasing and procurement. And on equal pay, we have heard so much about it this week. The equal pay enforcement body that we secured the commitment to is going to be delivered by this Labour government, and we as a union are going to make sure that it happens. And to those in politics, and let's be honest about this, who want to see our members put out of jobs with promises of work that doesn't exist, no thank you. And above all, to those in politics who want to spread hate and try to divide us. We know who you are, we know what you represent, and know there will never be a place for the right in this GMB family. Our people are hurting, I know that. We've got people who are hurting. People are worried. They're worried about how they're going to meet the bills. There is a fear about the future, and I get it. But our job is to bring, where there's ignorance, to bring enlightenment. Where there's division, we will bring unity. And where there's despair, our job is always to bring hope. Congress, really tough months ahead. But this is a serious union. Our job and our responsibility is to rise to that moment. And we will make this our moment. Congress, we're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. And remain standing for the red flag, please.
Oh. Oh my God, I can't say anything. Just safe journey, guys. And we've got to keep that red flag flying, definitely. Just get your branches to go to the Red Flag Festival. I don't know what to say. Yeah. You're free to go.